Okay, starting up all the things. Oh, cool. I have the transcoding options today. Welcome, my friends. This is stream number 391. I'm getting back into coding today. And I still am setting up the stream, so I need to start up the timer. Let's do that. Start that up. Although I don't know if I really need it that much, since there's also one of the desktop Twitch, but for mobile users, they still want to see it. Yeah, I need to start up Workgrave, normal, and show it on screen. There it is. And I'll put the cat last. He's still settling into things. I need to open up Discord. I need to get a link from here. Put it into the Discord. Stream plan. I'm getting back to coding today. Working some more on my game's code to select data from the new database. Okay, and then hide that. I need to get rewards queue up. Hey there, fool. Oh, you said pet the cat, you redeemed hydrate. You almost fooled me, Nui, but now I see that. Haha. Yeah, because I didn't have the rewards queue up. All I saw was this. I'm like, probably pet the cat, but that's something I should remember that Nui has fooled me before on. Where is the button? Here it is. Review request queue is open now. Yep, hydrate, marked as complete. Can't fool me now. All right. You worked once, yes, you have a point there. Okay, I think everything is set up. So I have a pretty simple plan today, which is just to continue adding code to read the game's data from SQLite. I sometime soon want to start testing out my Rust knowledge and start writing stuff in Rust. But this is a work that I was in the middle of that I think I need to finish first. And in the meantime, while working on this, I'm going to continue thinking about where I would start to try to work Rust into this project. You can't redeem 2 hydrates in a row. Oh, no, you didn't. Hydrate and then pet the cat. Cheers. Yeah, the cat does deserve to be pet. Let's go do that. He's looking at me now. He's like, you didn't pet me before. What the heck? Why now? Camera on. Okay, then. And that was just a message highlight, apparently. We do some kind of database abstraction. Yeah, I already have that. It's in a library I made called the database abstraction. Database abstractions. That's weird. How come it's not showing the source files here? Oh, because it's just database.hp. Yeah, so our database abstraction looks like this. It's a class where you construct SQL statements and you can either execute them or you can use what's in the build statement results, which has the statement that's built, and then use it to bind parameters and then step or reset the statement and then fetch results back out of it. So that's the database abstraction. I've implemented it in terms of SQLite, but it could be done in for other databases too. So for example, the fetch column for SQLite is SQLite3 column type and then column bytes, int, double, text, depending on the type. Step is SQLite3 step. You know, you get the idea, right? Build statement is SQLite3 prepare v2. Execute is SQLite3 exec. And then, hold on. I forgot to pin this thing to go back. The extra requirement I have on a database, because I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm, I need to be able to create database snapshots, copy them over to other servers in the cluster, and then install the blob created from the snapshot into construct a database copy. So for SQLite 3, it wasn't too bad. There's SQLite 3 serialize, and then installing the snapshot, we just write it to disk and then reopen the database. So yeah. And hello, my friends. How are you doing today? Pet the Cat is back because the cat is available. As you can see right here, my cat Casper, who we sometimes refer to as the Beast, affectionately, of course. Of course, no disrespect. He's decided to sit on the cat tower where I can have a second camera pointing at him. You know, I already worked on it. Yeah, I took a detour for a couple weeks because I decided I wanted to learn Rust, so I took a week doing that, and then I was also working a lot on the YouTube series I made for TCP/IP and sockets. So coming back to some work that I started like back in April and May, and then started doing the selecting from the database in the early part of June. So getting back to that now. Cat Peasant, the Beast hears all. Thank you for that resub. I appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute, no. It was Resubaka. I saw this and I'm like, got confused. The Beast hears all. Gotta pet the cat. But thank you, Resubaka, for the resub. I'm so confused today. I'm so confused. I think I need to pet the cat again to get unconfused. He's sort of just laying there kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder what the cat's thinking. He's just kind of laying there kind of half eyes half open, kind of looking at me while I pet him. Yeah, so the, am I in the correct window? That didn't work. The database migration strategy, going from JSON to SQLite, is we completed step 1. Hey there, Resubaka. Cheers. I did enjoy Rust Raid on 90. I want to try to incorporate that into my work. Hey there, Rust compiler. Yeah, back to the game development. I want to try to incorporate Rust into this, but I'm in the middle of step 2 here of the database migration stuff. And right now it's all C++, but we'll see if we can try to incorporate Rust into this. So step 1 I did in May, in the early part of June. So the difference in step 2 is we're going to try to drop the reading back of the data from JSON and read it back from the SQLite instead. How did I like it? I loved Rust. There were only a few things that I didn't like about it. So in terms of whether I like or like it, or like or dislike it, I like to put it in terms of what I just pretend I love everything about Rust except for these things. The sizes in integers, the snake case opinions, although I'll be okay, I think, just getting used to that, that'll drop away. The having to know what you have to use to get certain traits, I don't really like that. And then the excessive terseness, which I'm sure I'll get used to that. This I'll just kind of get used to what I need to use. So a lot of these are just getting used to things. This one, I think there are ways that I could deal with that using the like I size, U size thing. You know, Lua is mandatory solution, but have you seen at all LuaJIT? Yeah, so tried LuaJIT like way back when. LuaJIT. Yeah, back here in February 2019, so over a year ago. So I pitted Lua, the vanilla Lua versus C++ versus LuaJIT, and LuaJIT's performance was roughly the same, maybe a little bit better than vanilla Lua, but not nowhere near as fast as C++. So the thought was that it's probably hampered by a lot of the language crossing between Lua and the C++ because of the way I'm using Lua. So I'm not particularly going to benefit from the Lua JIT. Either that or there's some other thing preventing it from getting faster. It just simply wasn't that much faster than the vanilla JIT, vanilla Lua. Wow, I am really muddled today. Yeah, so we tried Lua JIT. It didn't really give any advantage. So we just went back to vanilla Lua for now. Yeah, no problem. Hey there, Ann Perry. Doing the database dance? Is that the database dance? All right. So we're on step 2 today, and I need to update my current task to reflect that. So let's go do that. We did start up the stream. So adding more mappings to our read from SQLite data. Oh, I'm being rated. BeginBot is rating me with 51 viewers. Hey, BeginBot, we're just starting up the stream. Perfect time to raid. I can explain what I'm going to be doing today. Hey there, Cypher. Hey there, Dan. Let's see if I can say hello to everybody. Hey, Anderson, hello. Oh, it's scrolling too fast. I can't say hello to everybody. BeginBot, how are you today? How was your stream? Popa Joe, your stream now. Is that the cat? Zenis, hello. 715209, hello. It's really hard for me to say hello to all these lovely people. And Shazru, haven't been here a while. Good to see me. Oh, it's good that you're here. Good to see you. Well, not literally, but it's good to see your chat. No More Requity, hello. Space Vacation, hello. Yeah, working on the mud. I can show it off in a second. I just need to say hello to everybody. Everybody who chats gets a hello. Cash is king. It's just something I've gotten used to doing. And I have a stream helper that kind of puts a little highlight next to everyone's name that I need to say hello to. And Andre, I'm 17. You are? Okay, hello. Mudribbit, hello. Only problem is when I start the shortcut to say hello to someone and scrolls, I get tripped up. Bald Clap, hello. Wow, so many people today. 2H Strike, longtime viewer of the stream, hello. Okay, so literally what I'm doing today is adding some mappings to read from SQLite database to build game entities. I'll say what that means in a second. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. I really appreciate it. So my game is called Omni-Arania. You can check it out here. There's also a brief YouTube video that explains what my stream is about. So this is what the game world looks like. This is from the admin perspective. I can see through walls. If I show like what it would look like from a normal player, well, let me just log in using my own account and show you what it looks like from a normal player's point of view. So you could do this too. You could log in through Twitch, or you can just create an account with the username and password. So here I am in the game world. Here's my inventory and the stuff I have equipped. I'm level 3. I don't remember why. It's probably just testing something out. And I'm just moving around in the game world here. And I happen to be on a quest to clean out the sewers. I got that quest from this quest giver up here, Jill, who says that I'm already on the list. So there's built-in NPC dialogue in the form of text. There's a 2D square cell based, oh, there's Emil, hello, based rendering of the game world. And it's inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, which were games from the 80s. So throughout the stream's life, which is about 2 years now, about a year and a half of it, I've been working on this game in various aspects. So here it's rendered in JavaScript using Phaser. On the back end, the information that we get to the front end to tell it what to draw is one of the game systems called the rendering system. And it got really complicated when we had to deal with obscuring things with walls and that kind of thing, like drawing the shadows and make it look just like it did in the Ultima games. Which, as you can see, it gets a little weird when there are, especially when there are lights in the distance, and players that didn't play those old games like Ultima might get a little confused by it. for example, why do we see two walls and a floor here? That's because these are lit by a torch that we can't see because it's around the corner. But when you turn the corner, you see, oh, there's the torch. It's lighting this little area here. Water. Yeah, I'm going to need some water. Thank you, 715209. So yeah, you can see that there's someone playing here. Player 910. I have no idea who that is. If it's someone who logged in with Twitch, we can unmask the name. It is Cash is King. Unmask. Welcome. So yeah, if you log in with Twitch, I know who you are on Twitch, and so I feel safe unmasking. Unmasking you allows you to chat in game, so I can say hello, and you could chat back. So there's, oh, I'm being attacked by a slime. Good thing I have a quest to kill these guys. So one destroyed. I'm not going to let these slimes defeat me. I got to defeat them. I really just want to make it through this area to show you a couple of the other things we added. I was working a little bit on this area. If you've seen my stream before but haven't been here in a while, I did a little bit of graphics improvement. You can see there are like little dirt paths here. I also added a new area back here. So played a little bit with the graphics, and this is a new area here. And you can see there's a lit area up here. We have a little lit brazier up there. But, oh, there's where Develop It is, hanging out in the hot tub. So yeah, you can see it's multiplayer, so you go through my game, you will inevitably run into other players, so you could work together, like if you go through the same area. You could be working together to defeat some of these more powerful enemies. They're lurking around here. So, oh, there they are. Good thing that they're much slow. I made them slower than myself, so I can kind of just run away. Yeah, see, I think if I fought those guys, I'd probably die. So I'm just gonna kite them back to Develop It, and 715209 are here. We're gonna. Oh, did I put a wander limit on these guys? Is that as far as they'll go, or is there a bug here? He stopped chasing us. Let me go and find out if I have a bug there. It's probably, maybe it's their maximum distance or something. Hold on. Per aggro area. No, he should be able to pursue us. That's weird. Where is their, yeah, okay, there must be a bug, because they should be able to pursue us. There must be like a wall there or something. Oh, no, no. No, no, he's fighting me. I'm dead. I wonder why he stopped. Let's just respawn. Okay, there was some kind of weird hang up there. Oh, someone got a healing potion. Yeah, I actually have 7 of them. I could have used that to heal myself. It's still labeled as trash because I added that healing potion to the game and I never updated the backend to add the new category of potions. Yeah, this guy should pursue me all the way out. There should be no reason for him to stop at that corner. Yeah, why is he stopping there? That's really weird. Kind of want to fix it. Oh, he's reached his tether limit and he can't go back because their buddies are in the way. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there's 2 tight quarters. He has reached the limit of how far he's allowed to pursue enemies. And he's trying to get back to his home base, and he can't because this guy is in the way. Alright, so that... Oh, right here, wander area. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. This is the maximum range of how far the skeletons will go from their spawn point. They'll go to here and then stop. So he made it out here and then realized, oh, I need to go back. Uh-oh, I mean, getting my butt kicked again. Okay, let's demonstrate the healing potion. So I hit U and I click that, and I'm all better again. And I lost a healing potion. Yeah, scared of me. It's more like they're lazy and they won't pursue past that point. Yeah, but they had other buddies. Yeah, so they're constrained. What if I like open that passage up a little bit? So something like this. If I remember my buttons correctly, it's control and then I can paint. Yeah, something like that, and then I can open up the path. Maybe put a rough path over there, and then they can go around. and then maybe open that off. So now you can see I open the gates. They can get back. Cool. So you can see how I can edit my game world live. I'm still logged in and all that, and if I was standing there, I could have seen the world change around me. Why is that square visible? Why is that square visible? That shouldn't be visible. You see that? You guys see that? This square right here, what's special about that one? Is that a bug in the rendering system? That square should not stay visible like that. Let me reload and see what happens. Yeah, there's something weird about that. Look at that. Oh, I know what it is. It's lit by this fire here. Yeah. Okay. So it's lit by that lava there. Again, like the weird lighting rules like even trip me up sometimes. Yeah, it's the lava. The lava emits a little bit of light. So I may at some point deviate a little bit from the style of Ultima 4 and 5 and make the lighting a little bit more obvious with newer shaders, but I haven't really done anything on that. I kind of want to keep the original style because there's a lot of nostalgia for me. But yeah, maybe we make it an option for players. You want old school rendering system or you want a newfangled rendering system? Your name doesn't work. You ended up player 911. That is because if you create an account at first, you'll show up as masked. And I don't think I actually got through my explanation of that. So if you create a new account, you start as masked, you can't chat in the game, and your name doesn't show up because in the past we got harassed by trolls who would just create accounts and start spamming bad words in chat. So now it's sort of like a gateway where like we vet you first. If you log in through Twitch, I know who you are, so if you misbehave, I can ban you and that stuff. So I've been meaning to make this automatic, but right now I have to click this button to unmask, and now your name shows up. You can still create an account in my game without logging into Twitch, but then I'd probably keep you masked because I don't know if you're a bad actor or a good actor, that kind of thing. Still waiting on a new game interface? On a new game interface? Which new game interface? Mine? Okay, so we have friends here. We can go fight these skeletons together. Let's get them. Oh, no, don't run away. We gotta fight them together. Here, I'll stand over here. Oh, you died. Don't die. I can't have you die. You're my combat buddy. You can do the little dance here. You have like one shot before they get to attack, and then if you go left, you go right. You can get them without them hitting you, which is sort of a game exploit right now. I need to fix that. Oh, we got them. They're all dead. It'll take some time for them to respawn. I should put like a reward, like a respawning pile of money back here. Yeah, so the spawn rate is kind of low, but they'll eventually respawn. We could fight more of them. The slimes wrecked you. Make sure you have a weapon equipped. If you don't have one, there's a guy in the town who will give you a sword. Is the OBS chroma dying or your character's catching fire? That's just lava. Oh, kitty's getting free pets. Unless you meant something else. Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's a reflection of light behind it. Let me adjust my camera filter. Show you what it looks like without the filter. I have to right click and then do filters. Okay, if I turn off the chroma key, you can see there's some kind of reflected light behind it. So I can adjust that a bit to make it more aggressive, and then it goes away. If I go too far, then I'm melting away. So I have to find a good balance. The lighting in where I work, I don't have my own office, so I'm like in the main part of the house, and like there's a window behind me, there's people walking by. So it can be a little tricky to make the camera look quite right, depending on the time of day and the amount of light. And today is sort of a dark day with clouds and stuff, so it's more difficult to get the lighting right. By the way, hello, Slickver. You came in during that long discussion intro of the game, didn't you? So yeah, thank you, F. I don't know how to say the rest of your name, but F is definitely the way it looks like it starts out. Let me give you a point. Then I can demonstrate the point system. We don't actually have any use for points yet. But if you help out, give suggestions, point out things that are wrong, that kind of thing, you will gain points in the game. And right now, they're just for bragging rights. There are certain people who have been here a while who have a lot of points, like Develop It has 77 points. But you might envision in the game later, if I have parts of the game that are, you have to maybe purchase access to it, someone with a lot of points who is basically a big supporter of the stream might be able to get in there for free. Or we might have a system where you can cash in these points for special in-game items that you would normally be able to get. Yeah, I have 1 point because someone gave it to me. I don't need points in my own game. I can just create them out of the air, out of the void. So I forget who it was that gifted me a point. I should just gift it back. So yeah, the my stream's version of the point system before we had channel points was to reward people points in my game, and then that'll maybe carry on in the future for something else. I inspired you to rewrite your game using entity component system? Oh, cool. Let me describe my game's entity component system. That's an excellent segue. It's a dub. Hey there, Toulouse. And it's a dub. So, everything you see in the game world and everything you have in your inventory and even your very existence in the game is through my game's entity component system. And what it looks like essentially is if I were to put a cursor on like this wall up here, it's an entity, that wall right there is entity 77779. That's a lot of sevens. And there are two pieces of data, which we call components, that are linked to this entity. The way this is stored in the database, roughly, is that for the entity, which is a primary key, there's going to be an entry in two of the tables, the positions table and the tiles table. And the old way we used to store the data was in a big JSON file, where these JSON objects were the values in a larger JSON object where the keys were the entity numbers, I think. Either that, sometimes I'll do it that way, or sometimes I'll have the entity number be an extra thing one level above this JSON object, and then have the entities for every component type be in a large array. But either way, this is the old style of data storage. The new style is every element here would get its own column in a table. So there'd be a column, be 4 columns in the position table, for example. So the position component says where the wall is in the world. If I were to go and edit this and make this a 12 instead of a 7, now I've moved the wall 2 squares to the left. You see how that works? I go back and put the wall back where it goes. The tile component says how it should be drawn. So if I were to edit that and make it a tile 7 instead of a 6, that wall changed shape slightly. You see that? If I make it, I mean, instead of an 8, made it a 7. If I make it a 6, it's now a pillar. And so I can either manually edit it here, or I also have a little bit of a better user interface. All of the stuff you see, I've been building it up live on stream mostly. So I can make it, I don't know, look like a Medusa thing. There we go. A lot of the graphics were made by me and my brother years ago on a much earlier incarnation of this game that wasn't online or multiplayer. But some of the graphics I do live on stream, like all these underground tiles. This is supposed to be stalactite and stalagmite. They didn't really work out. People think that it's like a tornado or something. It doesn't. I have to redraw that stuff. But if I do graphics on stream, it'll be using the A-Sprite tool because that's what I've seen other pixel artists use. Where was it background? No, it was inside, right? Yeah, put the ball back. So that's a primitive entity, right? Only has a position in a tile. What about something more interesting, like my character? There are a lot of components here. Some of them have to do with certain game systems, like the in component is the input game system. If I were to start moving around, the fields in the input game system would change. Oh, you guys are doing combat. It's a combat fest. Oh, Aeon died. Don't die, Emil. Do the dance. But you can see my character also has a position in a tile. So players, non-player characters, walls, that kind of thing, they all share some certain components. But then obviously the more complex entities are going to have more components. So character, for example, has our hit points, our dexterity, constitution, armor, all that stuff. Camera is how we link a entity in the game with a actual client on the web so that the view of the world is rendered for them. If I moved everything to SQL, I've moved all of the write and update, but none of the read or select is done yet. Well, a little bit of it was done, but it's very beginning of it. Do you know what it was called? You had a game like this with an asset manager? Oh, no, oh, nice. Should probably separate static entities from dynamic. The goal behind an entity component system like the one I have is that for certain component types like position and tile, which everything in the visible world will have, you would arrange it in memory all linearly so that the game system that has to look at all positions and all tiles would benefit the most from the caching in the server. So there would be fewer cache misses because you wouldn't have to randomly access memory to get to all the positions in the tiles. They would be all in one area of memory, all covered by the cache. So my game doesn't quite benefit from that because this is really the first time I've ever tried to do an entity component system. But the theory behind it is, yeah, if you structure your game's entities and components so that the most frequently used data is arranged together in memory, then you benefit a lot from the cache. No, I haven't moved everything. Yeah, so I haven't moved everything to over SQL to SQLite, but I'm working on it today. This game system, yeah. So during the course of the evolution of the game, I've created new component types to match new systems in the game, and that's how it's really designed to work. Is that as you add more complexity to the game, you're just adding new kinds of component types and attaching them to the existing entities, and you don't have to go redesign all the previously designed component types. Although I've had to do a little bit of redesign in how we structure the data because we were going from JSON to SQLite, but that's unavoidable. Anyway, I don't think there's much more I can talk about the entity component system other than maybe just talk about if I teleport my character out of this mess back up to the starter town, for example. Let's go talk to that quest giver again. I'm going to put my character... I'm just totally going to cheat and teleport my character back into town like right here. Remember when I was talking to this NPC? And I could say like quest, and it gives me a response. The actual quest data is also in the entity component system. It's a different kind of entity. So Jill's dialogues, like in the conversation state where you can say the word quest and you're actively working on the quest and it says what she'll say, that's all encoded in the entity component system too. So if I look at that entity, here it is. It's one huge JSON structure. I didn't go and elaborate on this in JSON other than make it a nested structure. And this got really complicated to put into SQLite, but I'll show how we're doing that. So this is what it looks like. So this is basically a state machine where you have different dialogue states, and within each state there are different choices, different keywords you can type, like you can say, what's your job? And she'll say, I hand out quests. And it looks like I have a special one just for Adam. Name, my name is Jill, that kind of thing if you're on a quest. Here's the one that I just activated a little bit ago. There's a little bit of metadata in here. For example, in order to get this response, this requirement has to be true, which means I have to be on that state. I have to be on that quest. And if I'm not on that quest and I ask to go on the quest, I think I go into here. Yeah, and then she offers me the to go on the quest or not. So the way this is going to work in the SQLite database, let me show you that. Quest. Yeah, here we go. That's the data about if the player is on a quest. The actual quest... Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting confused between quest and dialogue. Quests are, you pick them up and you complete them through the dialogue system. They have their own data, but the dialogue system itself is way up here. So there's a table for all the dialogues where we just record what's the name of the dialogue. Then for every state of every dialogue, there are an array of choices. So, no, hold on. One level up. for every dialog, we have a bunch of states, and for every dialog state combination, we have dialog choices. And for every dialog state choice combination, we have events. So there are essentially four nested tables where the top level one has a primary key for the entity. And then at each level, I haven't annotated this to mark foreign keys, but here, entity would be a foreign key on all these three tables here. And then state here, the combination of state and entity here is a primary key. So this combination, again, is a foreign key. So I'm not the best at database design, but this is the minimal way to make the schema to get away with it in SQLite. So I've written the code to generate to do the creates, to do the updates, to do the deletes, but I haven't done much of the work to do select, so that's what I'm going to be working on today. I wonder if GraphQL could have any implication on the setup? Probably, because it's just a whole different way to interact with the data, right? I don't know GraphQL, and I was thinking about learning that soon. Dialog system reminds you of Tibia. Yeah, a lot of other people have commented that it's designed to work the same way that the Ultima 4, Ultima 5 dialog system worked, where when you are in a dialog, you type a keyword, and in some games, they would let you see which keywords are available by highlighting in a different color here. But I have it just like in the classic Ultima 3, Ultima 4, where you have to just kind of guess. And you can start off by any NPC in general. I want it to be, you can ask them their name, you can ask them their job, and you can say goodbye. And goodbye kicks you out of the dialogue. But through name and usually through job, there will be some kind of hint about what you can ask about. So hand out quests. So you can guess, well, maybe I can pick up a quest. And then that's how you figure out how, to get a quest from her. Would have messy to, I don't know about if GraphQL will be messy or clean or work or not work. I don't know. Hey there, A squared. And Rylix, hello, by the way. Did I miss anything in chat? If you think that I am missing a question or comment and or ignoring you, I'm probably not. It's probably because I'm just missing something in chat. Feel free to tag me with @Rymaway354 with your question. I see Bobacho asks, is it a fuzzy search? I'm not exactly sure what we were searching at the time. If you're talking about the entity component system or the database stuff, no, the searches are all by keywords. I know people mentioned Tibia, but you should really give it a try. Yeah, it's been mentioned, but I had never looked at it. Give it a try, you mean like that I should try playing it? I'll have to do that, yeah. I will indeed. Just like enough people told me I should learn Rust where I actually did it, and I did that last week. I should probably do this. Looking at Tibia. Although, if I look at games that are similar to mine, I kind of worry that I might color the design of my game differently. You know what I'm saying? Like if I maybe pick up some ideas, even subconsciously, by playing some other game. So I kind of hesitate to do that. I don't want to steal any or borrow any ideas unless they're common to a lot of other games. Is quest completion done? Yes, it is. So I can totally cheat, even though I've only defeated 5 slimes. I can totally cheat and show you what it would look like if I had completed the quest. So in my player's data here, I can update the quest to make the progress 10 out of 10. Look at that! It's ready to turn in through the magic of cheating. Now I talk to the lady. I say quest. I get my quest reward, and I'm no longer on the quest. So that's how the quest completion works. Hacks, exactly. Don't play it official. Look for Open Tibia Retro server. Okay. Let me take your comments and put them in my notebook under today's notes. So, viewer contributions. That line and that line. There we go. Thank you very much, Fool. Let me give you a point for that. It's okay to rip off old ideas and make them better. I kind of agree as long as the ideas are not just from one game, because I don't like the idea of ripping off someone else's idea. But if it's a concept that many games share, I just like to join. Joining the club sounds good to me. Just want a full screen game instead of a little square. Yeah, so that's a request. If you want to make requests and feedback about the game, there are a couple of different ways. There's an issues GitHub. There's also an in-game way to report new things. So you can say, suggestion, please make the world view larger. It's super tiny right now. And then feels bad, man. Although the emotes aren't going to work, but but there already is one, so I could probably find that from the GM point of view here. If does this filter actually work? I don't remember if I have it filtering by keyword view. This might be it. Nope. What was it? World? No, I can't remember which one it was. But there are many in-game tickets already, and there's probably one in there for that. I actually have an issue with the performance of my ticket view. I need to work on that at some point. To be closer to Classic Ultima? Yeah, so mine is based off Classic Ultima ideas, especially the rendering system. Excuse me. Ultima Online was, I think they used the same kind of engine as Ultima 6 and 7, where it was sort of more 3D with an isometric point of view, right? Anyway, feel free to check out the issues link if you see a bug or you want to make a suggestion. And there's probably a lot of ideas already in there. We have like over 150 issues already reported. So you could just add your voice to existing issue, or if you file a new one and it's a duplicate, I'll just kind of link it to the other one. Anyway, guys, let me know if you have any other questions. I'm going to get into the work today, which is to I need to read this data back from the database, and there's a place in the code where we do this. It's not refactored yet. It's a bunch of messy logic, and this is the test, this is not the right file. I need to go to components, CVP, in the actual code. So my apologies for being kind of gross. I have yet to refactor this, but there's going to be a huge table here where we map database elements to the entity component system. And I just need to find out where we do this. Is it before this table? This is the create, update, delete table right here. Yeah, it's so large it's going to be hard to find it. Was it in here actually? Did we add it to complex element mappings? I kind of feel like this wasn't where we were. But maybe. Let me close this one and see if there's one after this. Oh, here it is. Select elements. So this is, so we did capabilities and character components. Oh, and we did containers too. Nice. Okay, so containers is actually a nice one to demonstrate because it shows how there are two levels, two tables. So let me pull from my own game's original storage format to get you an example of what that looks like. And we're going to just put this in a new buffer, call it JSON, and then collapse everything. So the entity component system takes the vast majority of the old JSON format, right? 10,000 out of 11,000 lines. And container shows things like treasure chests in the game. But it does that in a little bit of with a little bit of indirection. Let me find the one I care about here. Not these stashes. I want to find like one of the boxes, not the cache. Okay, so here's a box. There's a box somewhere in my test world that has 4 items in it. The items are basically the entity references to other other entities. References to other entities, the things that are inside the box. So for example, if I search for this number, 40,500, we'll find it's another box. There's a box within a box. That might not have been the best example. Let's look for 39,837. And that is a sword. So the sword is in the box, right? So but there are also things that are attached to the box itself that aren't in the array of items. So the way this looks in the sorry, I'm jumping around. In the schema, where was the schema again? Oh, common. I just close that one. It's confusing me. Did I not pin that one? I'm so bad. Okay, here we are pinned. So here are the two tables involved, right? The top level of the container has like the description and the open flag that you saw here, description and open flag. And then the second level table has these 4 entity references. So there'll be 5 table rows, one for the overall box, and then one for every mapping between the box and an item and its position in the box, which is this table here. For the container and slot combination, what's in that place in the box, right? So the way we're selecting things out is we first get all the boxes in the game, and then we go through and fill in the contents of the box using these 2 helper functions. So extract components elements from database is a helper that's going to use this mapping here to pick out different columns from the table to fill it into the right place in the JSON. And when I clicked that, it didn't go anywhere. Am I going to have a trouble with IntelliSense today? Okay, it just took a while. So you see, it builds a select statement, and actually, are we always building a select statement? Oh, right. I decided I would build them on the fly because we only do it once when we're reading everything into memory. Thank you for the follows. So we're building a select statement that pulls all of the columns from the appropriate row of the appropriate table. And we're going to step through and extract the columns, extract the elements from each column. So that's what this does, which is another helper. I don't know if the IntelliSense is slow because this file needs to be refactored or if it's some problem with VS Code. So why do I have a loop there? Why do I have a loop there? Oh, right, because this builds all the boxes in the game. So for every box, we have several columns, and we step through that. Go back a little ways. This, which has 2 elements in there, so there are 2 things from the container top-level table we need: the description and the open flag. So that we retrieve from in here. So it's going to loop through this twice, once for the description and once for the open flag. And depending on what we say the column should be in type, we interpret it back as the right kind of JSON value. So if it's a Boolean, we're going to fill it in as a bool. If it's a text, it's going to be a string. So the description will end up reading it in here, and the open flag will read it in here. And again, this fetch column, the way that works is it's going to the underlying database. So for SQLite 3, it would be SQLite 3 column text for a text field, or int for a Boolean. Right? So a lot of the work today is going to be trying to reuse these existing helper functions and just fill in what's different between the different kinds of components. So if we're using 2 helpers to fill in container, one for the top level stuff and one for array elements, character was just a flat table, so there was no second table, so it was a lot easier, and so was capabilities. Where I'm going to add, basically going down the list of the different components. So I had that in my to-do list, right? Gaps. Do I have one for select? Yeah, here we are. So in my to-do list, this is when I completed in each individual update, create, and delete. Now we're doing all the selects. So I didn't mark container as done. That's done. Or was I not completely done? Did I half complete that and not get it done? I should run my own games unit test to make sure. Why do I have double names? You mean why do I have two lists? This is for create, update, delete, and this is for select. I should say that in the list here, shouldn't I? Write code. I think I just copy pasted this. It shouldn't be to migrate type of component. It should be write code to read ECS data from the database. That's what I should do. No in the other file. Double names. Oh, one of them is the name in the database, the name of the column, and the other one is the name of the key in the JSON structure. So a lot of the times they're going to be the same, but sometimes they could be different. Like right down here. That is the name in the database, and we might have a different key name in the JSON. Yeah. So we've just been, it's just a coincidence that they've been the same for these simpler component types. And if I show you the prototype of that, they should have different names. Those first two arguments, right? Yeah, component type and then table name. Oh, it wasn't columns, it was the whole table's name. Yeah. Yeah, so this inventory is going to be the string items, I think, instead of container. Yeah, items. Yeah, IntelliSense is really kicking my butt today. Okay, so then what's next after? No, before I can move on from container, I need to make sure that actually works. It would be an ECS test container, wouldn't it? Yeah, this one. Okay, it does work. Do we test everything here? Let me go back to my notes and see, what did I say for that day where we actually did that? I didn't say much. It's been, what, 10 days since I did this, and I'd already forgotten if I actually finished this work or not. Too many tests, yeah. How many tests do we have? I have a little script that can count them. Which one was it? Count tests. I think I need to run it from this shell here. 1,681 tests, 715209. When we reach 715,209 tests, we'll hold a special party. Okay, yeah, so the way these unit tests work for testing the select code is we're going to manually insert rows into the database. So this is a container with, looks like we have 3 different things in the container. No, we have 3 slots, and then 2 of them have actual entities in there, and the third one is null. And then we ask the C++ entity component system, please deserialize from the database. And we should get back a single JSON object from those 4 rows. It's a container called myStuff. It's not open, and it has 3 slots in it, and 2 of them are filled, and 1 of them is empty. You can kind of see how the data matches. This 44, 77 null ends up being the references inside this JSON array. The myStuff is up here. So it's just the shape in an SQL database and how it maps to a JSON object. Chrome accepts many invalid URLs, including unencoded braces. Yeah, but where do those go? And what does that mean by accept? It'll actually try to look it up. And it'll go to the server, and the server will say malformed request or something like that. It's kind of surprising that Chrome would have a problem with that. Okay, anyway, I think we're done with container. I just forgot to mark it off as done. Marking it off as done, and we're moving on. I don't want to do dialog because that scares me. I think I'd rather do door. What does the shape of door look like? Okay, door has 2 levels. Right, and this one, I don't think it was an array, was it? Let me look at door. Go. Yeah, okay, these were objects with inner objects in them. You know, it's as good as any. We can do door. It will successfully send them, perhaps encoded, but doesn't change them in the URL bar like other characters normally get. Oh, really? So the browser is encoding them internally then? Maybe that's okay. Like, do end users really need to know how URLs are encoded? Why would they be so inconsistent about that and encode things but not other things? Huh. Weird. I would have done it with consistency. Okay, so let me try to take a leaf from container. Yeah, we're going to just take this test and make a copy of it and make change the copy to work with doors instead of containers. So down in the test for doors, let's add a new test. And you might be wondering what this syntax is, and that is part of Google test, which I use. And I have a video that explains how it's used and how you set up a project to use this. Essentially, each of these is a function which a test runner whose code comes from Google will find and identify this as a test. And because of this _f, the test belongs to a larger test fixture with this name. And in terms of C++, that's like the IntelliSense says, it's a structure which provides common setup and teardown for all tests within this fixture. I don't think this particular one had it much. Yeah, it's just inheriting from the common. But the common is what actually set up the shape of the tables in the test fixture. So it includes this, which is necessary, that we have to have the tables exist in the database, at least their shape, even if there's no data in them. What we're going to do in the test, though, is actually insert rows into those same tables. So we have door and we have door modifiers. And I want to have the shape be the same. So we have E open locked, E open locked. Not licked, locked. So open would be... let's have the door be open, be closed, but and locked. So false, true. And then we have door modifiers. And that's E action component path value. E action component. I keep hitting page up instead of enter. Type value. I'm using a new keyboard. I'm still trying to get used to it. Path value. Action component path value. Okay, so what do we have here? Action open. Because it's a text, right? Component is also a text. So I need to make it look like one of these, I guess. Oh, it's on open. Okay. Yeah, let's just take this as what we're trying to build from the database, since it's as good as any, right? So that's what I'm going to put down here as what we expect the object to be once we deserialize it from the database, right? So that means I need to have, I need to delete these ones. Okay, and then it's going to be on open. The component is tile. The path is ID. And the value is 3. The value, is that text? It is text, so that has to be a 3. Oh, wait. How are we going to get the type out? How does that work? That's not going to work. There's a problem with this schema. We don't know that we want an integer back out. I'm going to have to encode the type, aren't I? Yes. Bummer. That means I have to update these other tests. Yeah, because we don't want strings. We won't ever get back the number that we want. Shoot. I can't talk about the keyboard I got. Not yet, because it's a trial of something. But the keyboard I used to use was the Adesso, just off the shelf at Fry's Electronics, something that felt nice. The one I got now I'm trying out, and I can't really show or talk about it, but if you see me struggling with the keyboard, it's because I'm getting used to it. I'll probably be able to talk about it and show it soon. Okay. The reasoning is if, like, I end up not liking the keyboard, then since you never knew what kind of keyboard I was trying out, it'll remain a mystery. But if I love the keyboard, we'll get to show it off, and I'm sort of helping them market it, right? Yeah. So I'll construct the test the way I think it should go. I think we should have an extra type. Whoops. See, again, I'm hitting the wrong key because the keys are not in the... Okay, looks like I'm struggling with enter today. It tells us go away. Can I have type? Is type something? I can have type. All right. That we can have a text. So I'm just going to add another column called type, which means I have to go back and update the other tests too. And I'll want to add it here. Type. So it would be 3, and then it would be... can I just abbreviate here? Let's just abbreviate int. No comment, 715-209. All right. So if we encode the type there, we should be able to get it back into JSON with the correct type. So this is not in the type in the database. This is type in JSON, really. The type in the database is always going to be a string, because we have to fit database schemas where the type matters. I know in SQLite it doesn't matter, but other schemas it might. So there's got another modifier, isn't there? We also have the onClose. If I want to make this a little bit more interesting, I'd add another modifier for the same action. But right now, I just keep it simple. So when we close, we're changing the tile back from a 3 to a 4. On open, we're changing it from a 4 to a 3. That's how the door opening closing system works. Basically, it says, when we open the door, what do we change about the entity? We're changing the tile's ID from to 3 if we open the door, and to 4 if we close it. And that's essentially how it works. So that test is set up, and let me update these other tests up here. So this should have like a type here, right? Const char type. So the type will be int in both of these places. Type for column 4. All right, and then again here. Const char type. Type for column 4. Moving on. All right, let's build all of that. Make sure it works. Yeah, that's what 715-209 means by a split keyboard. Something like that. If you want to see someone who's been using a split keyboard for a long time and will often show the split keyboard, then check out the wonderful streamer who made Stream Parrot, which is the chat overlay above my head, Chris Griffing. He uses split keyboards himself and has a little shrine to keyboards behind him you can see on his stream. He knows a lot more than I do about keyboards. Let's just say that. Also, he knows he knows a lot about web dev. He's a very good friend of this stream. Okay, so I broke everything because the shape is different. I need to update the shape in the test setup. Oh, no, I did. So why are these breaking? Oh, because I haven't written the code for it. Yeah. So I need to update the existing code that does doors. So let's find door. I want to have a bookmark here because I want to get back to here. But I want to find door in the other larger, in this one. So let's close that and open this and look for door. There it is. Okay. Looks like I already refactored this out. Yep, I did. So we need to have a type here, right? Hold on, why are these D's? Oh, because these are parameter numbers, right? Parameter type +1. So I'm adding another one. Another column. This was so that I didn't have those magic numbers. So type is the 4th parameter. Got it. Okay. So that's the create statement. Yeah, let's just go from the top here. So bind door value. I also want to bind the type along with it, don't I? So for string, what should we have? String? I can abbreviate, right? Hold on a second. Hold on. I mute my... I think I need to hydrate. Self-hydrate. All right, so yeah, we're including now type information. So what do I do? I guess I just do null here. Got to put something for the default case. Floating point will have float int string. Pet the cat instead. 2 different hydrates, 715-209. And fool, cheers. No, we're not petting the cat if you do hydrate. And I'm almost out of water. I need to take a break soon anyway. Good timing. Yeah, if you haven't noticed the little thing above my head, which I still haven't fixed the font size for, it is WorkRave, which I've been using to try to make sure that I take breaks regularly enough. Hydrate the cat? Cat doesn't like to be hydrated. But cheers again. Oh, wait a minute. No, I got the wrong thing. Okay, 715-209. I was fooled into thinking that was a hydrate. Let's pet the cat. I'm not going to hydrate him, but we can pet him, though. I woke him up now. He's got a lick. You have an Ergodox? Is a lovely keyboard. Kinesis is nice as well. My chair isn't quite lined up right. There we go. Okay. One thing I noticed is I don't have Boolean supported here. Shouldn't I? It's conspicuously missing. But to add that, shouldn't I would need to have a test that covers it. What if I adjust one of these tests just cuz? Let's add another thing here. Foo true. And then that'll basically add another row here for on open. Okay, I can't just order by action. I have to also order by action and then path. Is that how we do it? A comma there? I guess so. I'll find out if I'm right later. So foo would come first, right? So this would be true as a Boolean. Okay, and then to make that pass, I'll want to have support for it. These are in a weird order too. These seem to like be reversed almost. Oh yeah, so this should be as a bool. And then that's bool. Okay. The hardest part is recreating muscle memory. That's what I've been doing, shifting to this new keyboard, is to try to retrain my muscle memory. The touch typing for me has been okay, but it's some of the other keys are in different positions. Okay, so I've done bind door value, create door value. Calls bind door value, delete door value. Right, doesn't care about the value. Update door value should care, shouldn't it? Wait, where's the new value go? Oh, bind door value does it. Okay, got it. Make create statement has to type in there. Update statement should have, oh, it should have it in here, right? There should be a comma. Type equals %d. Yep. Delete all. Make a door modifier create elements. Hold on. Oh, right. I don't need to pass any more here, do I? No. So that's fine. Update is fine too. Yep. Okay, so that should be good. Let's make sure that makes those other tests pass. Nope, it's still a problem. We're having a problem with. Column 4 is empty where it should be an int. On open, tile. Foo and then ID, right? Foo and then ID. Okay, I'm not printing out the value of I here. I should probably do that. There. And there. And we might as well throw it in these other two lines too. Okay, so the very first row, the type isn't being recovered. It's empty string for some reason. So this one, it didn't record that it was an int. And then in the next row, Right, that true was a 1 instead of a true. Why would it be a 1? Weird. It was a 1 and then this was empty string. I think I got them in the wrong order or something. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going okay. I'm always a little bit rusty if I take a few days off to work on something else, and that's what I feel like right now. So, like the thing above my head says, I'm adding more mappings from the database to build the game entities again. So, for example, if we're well, actually, I'm fixing this broken test, but what I want to get back to is when we have these database rows to describe a door, and we read from the database, that's what deserialize does, so we should get back this JSON structure, that the door is open and unlocked, and this is the list of changes to make when we open the door and when we close the door, which are encoded as door modifiers. So, but in order to do this properly, because this type was missing from the shape in SQL, I had to add that as a new column called type. And when I did that, I broke the crate. Although what's interesting is the set didn't break. Only the crate broke. So it has something to do with that I added this Boolean here, I think. So I wonder if this was buggy all along and we didn't catch it before? No, it's not matching even the on close one, which it should have. So maybe there's something wrong with the test here. Oh, look at that. I'm missing something. This should be type. Okay, that's probably what it was. We weren't even selecting anything for that column at all. Okay, now we're down to one problem. It's just on the second row where I is 1, it didn't match the value. It should have been true when we got a 1. So maybe the bool case isn't handled right? That's possible. So let me look at that. Oh, I might not have a bind parameter for a bool. Oh, wait. I think it is encoded as a 1. Yeah, if it's a bool, it will be, yeah, 1 or 0. Okay, so the test is wrong then. It won't be encoded as a true, it'll be encoded as a 1. Makes more sense to me. Yeah, so now that should pass. Cool. So now I just need to implement the deserialize. So this is gonna fail right away because I didn't write any code for it, right? Trying to do test-driven development where I get a test in place first before the code that implements it is there. So I expect it to fail to begin with. Just need to fix my chair. I keep sliding to the wrong spot. I think it's the plastic underneath my chair has like a groove in it now. Yeah, basically didn't get any valid JSON out when we deserialized. So I'll get this implemented and then I'll have to take a break because we're getting to that point where I'm supposed to take a break. Okay, so I have made a bookmark for this, right? There we are. So I need to add a row for door. There we go, door. Project that you currently they have unit tests, but they don't test the interface only from EDE automation. You factor something and now 2 pages are failing. You have no clue what you did wrong. Sounds like the tests aren't really good. Because the whole point of the tests are to sort of document what the expectations are. And they should be helping you refactor. If you still have no clue, then the tests aren't really designed well, right? They're just coverage tests. Yeah, well, but the test should be explaining what they're covering at least. So when they fail, you have an idea of which paths you should look at in your code. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Romania. Okay, so again, the elements is component type, table type, and then the initializer. So this is, they're both door, right? And it was open and locked, I think. Right? Open and locked. And if I did this right, there should be a key door or something. Nope. I must have gotten lazy when I got to doors. So it probably is just going to be one-to-one, right? Open and locked. And both of them are Booleans. So that covers the top level table. Now this inner table where we have door modifiers, I think I need a new kind of helper here, right? So what if I envision that there's like, instead of array elements, it's object elements? Why do I have integer array elements? Oh, because every element in the array is an integer for a container. So this would be like extract object elements from database door. And then, right, this is, no, it's not going to be door. What's component type JSON key table name? Component type JSON, the JSON key is also door. Oh no, it's not. It's not just a JSON key. It is a JSON key. It's within the JSON. What is it? It's on open. And the table name is door modifiers. Right. This is going to be tricky though, because the same door modifiers are shared by those two. Maybe I can't use a helper. I need to make a custom thing? Maybe. Where are these helpers declared in, actually? At the top, okay. Yeah, maybe I need to make something that's specific to door. I can do that, right? Because I've used this before. Like, make door. Yeah. Because that is declared in another file. Should be in door.hpp. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a helper here. Extract door modifiers. And because it's specific, it's specific to this kind of component, I don't think I need to specify anything more, right? Other than I need the store, the database, and the diagnostics. Right, so I'm going to go up to here, pull that out. Actually, let's pull the whole thing. Because there's going to be elements of that they'll be convenient to have, right? And then go back to door.hpp and paste something there. But I don't actually need the code here, so keep it in the clipboard, but it's just going to be declared here. And it's extract door modifiers. And I said I just needed to store the database and the diagnostics, right? Hold on, don't I need a little bit more than this? I'm missing something. What is it? What am I missing? Oh no, I'm not missing anything. It's getting all door modifiers in the entire database. Yeah, exactly that. Okay, so then let's go to where that's defined. It's a nice brand new file. We're just going to paste there. And then copy, actually just copy all these these 5 lines up to here. Place that with an open brace and we're done, right? At least for using that declaration. So that should be back here. So when we're deserializing the doors, it's going to call that. So basically delegated to a special function just for extracting door modifiers. So I don't need to do this because we know what it is, right? It's going to be select e comma all this stuff from, and we don't even need to parameterize this at all, right? It's going to be from door modifiers. So that is the statement. And yeah, the table name is not parameterized, it's just door modifiers. Okay. And then yeah, again, the component type is door. So for every row of that database, it's one modifier for that door. So that again goes in place of that. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be fetching the columns directly, right? So I can build it entirely in place, can't I? No, hold on. Yeah, we should expect that there already is a door entity, so it's already been built, so we don't do that. Instead, we're going to fill in the elements. So it would be, yeah, okay, just be component. Oh, wait a minute, no. We still want that, but it's for the specific action, right? Oh, but no, but the first time, we only want to do it if it's invalid, right? If we haven't yet built a door modifier for that action. So if component dot get type is equal to JSON value type invalid. Just to refresh my memory, my JSON operator, oh, it returns null. Okay. If it's not found. Yeah, if it's not found, it returns null, not invalid. So if it's null, then we want to fill it in with an object, right? Okay, got it. Okay, and then once we have the object, the other things in there are component path value type. So component is the key, right? I need to refer to the tests again. Right, the component is the key. Okay, so the component, another level that might need to be filled in. So I need to make a new name for this. It's not component. I did this wrong too. And there's another level I forgot. This is action. And it is, I need to actually fetch two things. Action. Const char star. That makes this one a const char star const, right? And that's fine for how long? Until we step the statement. Here's where I wish I had Rust. I wouldn't have to worry about lifetimes. So that's a text. Okay, and then the action. Okay, so this is action key. Action key. And it's component. And this is the thing that might be null at this level. And then the next one is component again. But that's component to be modified. All right. So I might as well pull all these out then, right? So this is, Yeah, this word component being used in two contexts is going to get me, isn't it? We can call it modified component key. It's column 2, right? 0, 1, 2. Yeah, all right. And then another level of this modified component. Is action modified component key, and if that is a null, then we've built an object there. And then we're basically just adding one key value into modified component based off of path and value. That's the path and then the value. Okay, got it. So then modified component. Should I just fetch them all up here? Value and then type. No, because what we interpret that is based on type. So I should just get type first, right? Yeah, get the type first, and that is a text, and we're going to do an if-else chain, I think. So let's get the JSON value. We're going to say if type equals... Really, I want this to be interpreted as a string. I can do that, right? If it's a bool, then value equals fetching it as a boolean. Gonna be a little bit of repetition here. That's okay. Else, if the type again, now that I've learned a little bit of Rust, I keep thinking I want to match here, and actually, this should the fetch should just do it for me. Yeah. Anyway, int. I know the Rust got to me. I've been infected with the Rust. Float and string are the other ones I made, right? And if it doesn't hit this last if, we'll just keep it the default, which is actually I should have a default. Just make it null. There we go. Okay, so integer. Oops. Integer. Is it decimal? I can't remember what I did. What are the types? Real and text. Okay, and then int, right? Float or double. And then const char start, because that can be constructed directly into a JSON value. Okay, so then modified component. Did I not bind? Oh, I didn't do this right. Shoot. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need to get 3 in here. This is the path. Is 3. And these are 5. That's 5 and these are 4s. Don't you love magic numbers? So then it's modified component path equals value. And then I don't need this. And I think that's it. Let's test it. Could I write parts of it in Rust? I guess so. It's just how would I integrate? I still haven't figured that out. How would I call something in Rust here, and what parts of this would go into Rust? So, and how would I make it a clean separation between the C++ and Rust? I just don't know. I don't see it yet. Let's run this. Still get an invalid JSON. That's not right. Hold on. Is it not calling? this at all? It is. If it got invalid, that means that this didn't even work though, so I should repeat that and go into that. Easiest is control click that and then put a breakpoint inside, right? And then go. Okay, and then F10. Go to that point. No error. Okay, it got something out. What's the entity number? 523, good. Maybe this failed. Let's see. Go there. Database value is what? Don't need to see this, do I? I don't need to see the call stack right now. What's the database value? Boolean. False. Okay. Second one. Database value is a Boolean. True. It looks like it works. And what's the JSON key? Locked. Okay. And then we're done. Door and door, right? Can I look at the store right now and see the door in there? There's the door. Second. Components. There's an entry. It should be an object. It is an object. So how come I was getting invalid then? There's locked and there's opened. Okay, then maybe the test is wrong. Let's run this test. I'm in the wrong test. Oh, I need to take a break. Let me wait for it. No, I will do suspend you for a second. Suspend the work rate. I want to get this done and then I'll take a break. I promise I'll do it soon. Here we go. Yeah, why am I getting that it is invalid JSON? Oh, because it says container. Aha, should say door. 1 hour later, yeah. No, I have a feeling that that was probably it. Okay, all the strings are messed up. But that's another concern. Yeah, there's something up with the strings. Okay, so we got the open and locked. Right, so we need to debug the next level of it. So I never get things right the first time. That's fine. This is what debugging is for. So we're doing something weird in here in the door modifiers. Let's run the test. Okay. So we got the information from the database. It was an int. So what's the value? It's an integer. Three. That's what it was in the test, right? It was a 3. Yeah, probably that one. So we'll see that if I see entity 523 action key empty string. That's not good. Modify component key empty string. What? Why are these all empty strings? Go back to here and rerun, please. Entity 523 action key. Garbage. Really? Is it because it's a temporary and I'm not doing this right? Oh yeah, it's a temporary. Okay, I can't do that. And this is where Rust would have told me there was an error. It's getting a database abstractions value object out, which is a temporary, and then it's looking at it as a string. So it's going to give me a pointer to something inside of a temporary value, and then the temporary is destroyed, and so that pointer is no longer valid. So I need to actually make a copy like that. And I should do it here where we only need to get it in there, so that should be fine. Yeah. Getting Rust withdrawals, Rust compiler would have helped me there, right? Okay, almost done. There's just something wrong here. Oh, locked and open are flipped somehow. See that? Locked, false, locked, open, true, open, false. So that got flipped somehow. I wonder if that's just the test that was wrong. Open, true. Open. Yeah, I got it backwards. So this should be open, false, locked, true. Yeah, it was a closed, locked door, right? Yeah, I just got it backwards. Yeah, the casting is necessary because we don't have match and option in C++. If to do that in Rust, I would do it with a match and an option, right? We would fetch the column and well, actually, would I even need an option? I'm already telling it what a type I want. Well, I would get back an enum that thing, and I wouldn't need to cast it because oh no, I would still do a match. I think. Yep, I would still do a match. I would say I expect to get an int. I expect to get a string, and then it would I'd have it. I would just panic if it was wrong, right? Which is okay because I'm telling it what type I want. It should give me the type that matches this, and if it panics, that means I have a syntax, basically a bug. So in C++, it's not checking to make sure that that makes any sense with that type. In Rust, I could make it do that with an enum and a. So I don't even know my terms yet, but basically to expect that the resulting enum to be a integer or a string or whatever names I pick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's safe because it's only used in the assignment to construct this JSON value, so that should be fine. Yeah, because the lifetime of the temporary is the statement it's in. See, the stuff I'm having to reason out in my head, just Rust would make sure we do it correctly. So yeah, I gotta get to Rust. All right, so this is working. Let me take a break because we're done with door. I just need to check it in, and then I'll move on to the next component type. So if you've been sitting around for an hour and 43 minutes like I have, now might be an awesome time to get up and stretch, move your legs, get a drink. That's what I'm going to do. I will be back in 3 minutes. Let me set up the timer for that. So, yep, I'll be right back. I'm back, and so is Kitty, back from sleeping to sleeping again. Normal mode for work rave. Okay. To do. Done with doors. Check it in. Hey there. First time viewer, found my stream from this week in Rust email list. Oh, nice. Enough as familiar with C++ as you are with Rust, but really enjoying watching the way you describe what I'm doing. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I want to try to get Rust into this somehow. But yeah, I'm working on a large project where I've been using C++, and I know how to interop at the global function level for between C++ and Rust, but I don't really know how I'm going to integrate at the component level yet. But I'm in my mind, I'm like looking for opportunities to bring it in. Because like I'm already finding, like you saw before the break here, places where I'm like, if I had done this in Rust, Rust would have told me that I had a problem there, and I didn't have to figure it out on my own. Okay, so I added the mapping for how we do doors, and I had to add, okay, maybe I should check this one in separately, because we had to add the concept of a parameter type in order to know what it needs to be in JSON again, right? So that's all this stuff. Yeah. Let's make this 2 commits. So this hunk and that one, but not this one. This one, yes. Add that, and that. Hold on, did I pull in too much? I think I did. Yeah, I did not want to pull in this new test here. So unstage those lines. Okay, so then what's left is we have a new test we added. Okay, cool. So this is add type column to door modifiers table. This column is necessary in order for the code to know what kind of JSON value to construct for each door modifier value. Commit that. All right, and then this is the deserialized code. So we have the extract door modifiers function, and we have the table entry for door, which has the capture, or not the capture, the closure to call to import doors. And that's what we did. So implement deserialization from SQLite, or from database, of the door component type. Commit. GC git push. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. I didn't even know I made it to this week in Rust email list. Is that because of dev.to, or is it because of Twitch? I would like to look this up. I've never made it to an email list before, so I am very curious. I'm going to look into this later. Oh, dev.to links to my article? Ah, so that means I should be blogging more to dev.to. Oh, thank you very much. I'm kind of nervous to read it, but I'll look at that in a little bit. And hello, by the way. Welcome to the stream. And hello there to Grumpy Game Dev as well. And I'll just say War Eagle. Hey there, War Eagle. All right. It makes me think if that maybe I should not work on this all today, but switch to working on a little bit of the Rust stuff. I would like to do some exercises in Rust. Yeah, first time streamer here who totally has not been subbed for at least a month. Just has the title link to it, doesn't really mention me. Okay, yeah, so I had a blog entry on dev.to for the first day of learning Rust. There's a small part of the standalone, like the backend code I could rewrite. Yeah. I was actually thinking the overlay code I'm writing. The Twitch bot stuff. Or maybe the stream helper program that right now is in C++. What if I wrote that in Rust? Test-driven design. Yes. I'm thinking, what could I just look at my to-do list overall and see, is there something that I could do in Rust right now? What do I have under development tools? We have that now. We're using that. Well, my stream helper doesn't actually, the C++ doesn't do the GUI. This GUI is actually in C#. So if there was a way to map C# to Rust, I could just rewrite the core of this in Rust. Are we GUI yet? I didn't even know that there was a link for that. Thank you very much for that. I know about the are we web yet, are we game yet. I didn't know about are we GUI yet. I need to give you some points. Let's give you 5 points for all that helpful stuff. There's a crate for SDL2. So the GUIs I use are either it's in the web browser or I use .NET's Windows Presentation Foundation. So that would be C#. But where I see Rust fitting in for me is in place of C++. I don't do GUI stuff in C++. I haven't done GUI stuff in C++ for a long time because on Windows, really, GUI stuff is better done in C# now. The last time I think I did C++ GUIs was the MFC. You guys remember MFC? MFC, Microsoft Foundation Class Library from 1992. So the Microsoft stuff quickly went to their .NET platform, right, with Windows Forms and then Windows Presentation Foundation. So I haven't done GUI stuff on Windows since MFC days. In WinProc. I guess, yeah, I've done GUI stuff in the form of Direct 3D. So yeah, my question would be, what is the Rust to Direct 3D bindings? How is that going? Like, for example, if we did a search on Rust Direct 3D, what would I find? Now, this is going to, like, get confused because it's going to go to the Rust survival game. So probably I should do Rust language. So it's a DirectX 12 wrapper for Rust. A Windows 10 only crate. That makes sense because it's Direct 3D. Okay, so there's apparently a crate to do it. That's cool. What about this other one from Reddit? So apparently there are crates to do stuff with OpenGL too? GL core bindings? So there's stuff out there, I guess. Regame yet ecosystem 3D rendering. There we go. Yeah, MFC with C++. Yeah. That's the last C++ GUI stuff I've ever done. Since then, it's been either, if it's been on Windows, it's been Windows WinForms or Windows Presentation Foundation. And for Linux, actually, I've never made a GUI. Yeah, SDL, I guess you could make a GUI in SDL. Anyway. What was I going to look up? Oh, in my to-do list. Is there something that maybe I could do in Rust today? You know what I could do? Is get rid of Python and do stuff in Rust to handle some of the game tools I have. Because I really don't like how I did it in Python anyway. What if I did something like that? What if I tried to make a tool in Rust that is used with my game? Actually, that's a great idea. I really don't like how I designed the Python-based tools. Let me show you guys what I mean. So, what's the last change here? Oh, to mark that that's done. Okay. Close everything. Do I need this one? No. I think we're going to change directions here. I don't need to say that. I'm going to change my plan today. So we did this. So we're going to add to the plan, which is attempt to rewrite game tools from Python to Rust. Okay, and then I guess I won't change the stream title. Is the stream title generic enough that I can get away with that? What's the stream title right now? Working on game new database code. What if I just add to it? Working on game new database code. What if I put in front? Actually, what if I just change the title? What do you guys think? Just change the title? There's no opinion yet. So let's say rewriting game tools from Python to Rust. How about just in Rust? Yeah, we'll just do that. And then I'll figure out how to fix the VOD so that it has both. Done. All right, I changed the stream title. I guess I could make this longer, right? Continue working game data and rewriting game tools from Python to Rust. Why not? Let's just do it. Suddenly my viewership doubles. Hey, if it's what everyone wants to see. Okay, I need to go over with you guys what tool I have that I'm thinking about doing. So let's change this current task. So reviewing game tools which are currently in Python. We want Rust instead. Is that too long? Yeah, it's too long. Let's break it here. Speaking of things I might write in Rust, I'd like, instead of having to manually construct text here, I'd like to have my overlay do this. And why not just do the overlay in Rust since I haven't really written it? All right. So the game tools I have that are written in Rust, they're under my tools directory. So one of them is like the items script. So I use this to figure out like if there are any orphaned items or, oh, the kitty's scratching. Look, he's suddenly alive. You can totally see his face there. Hey, kitty. Anyway, I use this script to figure out if there are any orphaned items in the game or if there are, or to find specific items. So there's like a specific item in the game called the rusty key, right? So to demonstrate how that works, I think I got to run it from the secrets folder to make this work correctly, right? Yeah, items, and then I do items find rusty key. And it connects to the game, and then I guess there is no item called rusty key, but if I had like gold, it'll find all items that match the word gold. So here are all the entities in the game that are, you know, gold pieces. There are lots of them. So, actually, there's no rusty key at all? There should be. Did I not call it rusty key? There should be a key in the sewers. If it's not here, someone's picked it up. So, oh, maybe someone picked it up and destroyed it. Someone might have picked it up, it dropped on the ground, and then it got destroyed. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah. Let me verify this. Okay. It was world event loot box. Oh, rusty iron key. Okay, I had the name wrong. It's rusty iron key. Yeah, so this is how I find out where items are in the game. I should also update that. In fact, with Rust, we could actually play with regex and make it work with, I could say rusty star key or something like that, right? Oh no? 74587. Where is the key? 74587. There it is. Who is holding the key? Cassius King is holding on to the key. So, yeah, that's how I find items in the game. So, you can see how it works. It connects to the game, it authenticates, and then it basically goes through all the entity component system looking for an item that has that name. The regex crate is pretty easy to use. All right, so the structure of this, though. Items is a Python script that imports a common base script. That common base script deals with connecting to the WebSocket, connecting via WebSocket to the game here, and doing authentication, which is this. And when it gets a auth challenge, it responds with the right key. So that's what this does here, on auth challenge. It has to take the challenge string and then sign it using a private key, and then send the signature back as an auth response. And you can see how, if you've seen my stream before, when we talk between client and server, it's always through a WebSocket, and then WebSocket's over TLS. So we had to set up the TLS context, and we had to connect to the server as a WebSocket through secure WebSocket, right? So I guess my challenge would be to do the same thing in Rust. Yeah, it uses async because WebSockets connect returns the Python equivalent of a promise, and when it completes, then you get back a WebSocket, and then the with here is just to put a context around that WebSocket, so when it goes out of scope, it gets closed correctly. But there's also another level of async where you can enumerate a WebSocket asynchronously as a means of calling this block of code whenever you receive a message from the WebSocket. So I have no idea how to do this in Rust. I guess I'm going to learn with everyone else here. Not sure about how the cert stuff works. So all I really need to do is set up an SSL context, and with the certificate authority certificates, right? So maybe Rust does this for me, and I don't need to worry about it. Maybe I just need to find the WebSockets and do WSS. That might be good enough. In Python, I needed to set up this context, though, for some reason. Actually, do I need to do this? Maybe I only really needed to do this for localhost. Maybe if I leave that blank, it just works. Should I just give it a try? So, like, comment this stuff out. Maybe I don't really need to do this if I don't do that line. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So I only really need to do this SSL context if I wanted to turn off certificate verification, looks like. So maybe I can just leave that out and just learn the WebSocket stuff. Of course, it would be nice to be able to do our own custom SSL context, but maybe we'll just not worry about too many things at once here. So once we get the connection and it goes into this, this is self-handlers, right? And in the base script, the self-handlers was pretty empty. It was just the auth challenge. So the idea is that these other tools extend the common script by adding handlers. So items will have its own list of handlers down here somewhere. Yeah, entities, right? Because everything about entities in the games comes back through the entities message. So that goes to on entities, which it depends on what state it's in. If it's fetching the globals, then it calls on fetch global. If it was fetching items, on fetch items. If it was looking up a holder, it goes on item holder. And the way items starts out is here, I think, down at the bottom. Right. It depends on which command we're using. Where's the list of commands? Right here. So we could either be counting the number of items in the game, finding a specific item, fixing swords for some reason. I don't remember why I did that. Or finding orphaned. Actually, out of curiosity, let's do the lost and see if there are any lost items that are need to move to lost and found. So it finds the global stash, which has 100 slots, and then it goes and looks through all of the item references to see if there are any that nothing... If there's an item in the game that nothing's holding it, it's going to then move it to the global stash. So there weren't any. That's a good thing to happen. There shouldn't be any. The only way to get orphan items is if I had a bug in one of my game scripts. Once you understand how certs and SSL work, it's suddenly very easy about the internet as a whole. Yeah, at least until the bad actors break SSL, and then we're all screwed, right? You just hope you hope that doesn't happen. So if I go into like details about like this find, it goes to find items, right? And find items sends this message to get entities by component type, basically getting all items in the game, and it goes to this fetch item state, right? Which we saw for fetch items, that influences what happens when we get the items back in on entities. For fetch items, it's going to go on to on fetch items, which is then it's going to loop through all items in the game. And what's it doing with this? Oh, it depends on if we're finding or fixing. So if we're finding it, we're doing if the item has a matching name. So it gets the item and sees if the name matches. If the name matches, then it is going to do this to it, right? It's going to put it into the list to print out. Is that how this works? Sometimes I have a hard time reading Python code, even my own code. If item has a matching name... Oh, it just puts it into the self items list. Okay, then it goes to do find items after the items are fetched. And that's down here. Oh, right. So for all the things that we put into self items, we just print it out. Right. Yeah, because if we were doing like finding the orphans, we would want to look up their item holders, and then if we can't find it, we would then, it's an orphan, and we would move it to the global container. So yeah, this is a little bit complicated. Maybe we'll start off with something simple. We'll just do the find item without all the other paths. So here goes nothing. I am going to just do it in the console here. Terminal. Cargo. New. I don't know. What if we put a subdirectory called Rust? Cargo new find item. There we go. Created a new binary application find item. We should find it here. Here it is. Easy peasy. Now, I guess task one would be, let's see if we could figure out how to connect it via WebSocket. Should it have a snake case name? Really? The crate should have a snake case name? Find item, like that. Now it's happy? Alright. It says hello world like all good find items tools do, yeah. So, if I want to run this safely, I kind of want to run it from the secrets here. So what if I change the, we'll just make a new command. So projects, I have to be very careful about opening files here. I just want to open the items command. Be very careful I do that properly. Okay, yeah, so let me just save this as items Rust or something. Okay, so instead of running Python, it's going to just run it directly, right? And it's not under tools. Oh, I should have put it under tools. Can I move it? I could move the whole directory to tools, right? Yeah. Unable to move it. Busy. Oops. Probably because VS Code is using it, right? Oh, probably because I had that file open. Let's try again. Move it to... No. Don't expand that. It's huge. Go move that to tools. It's still busy. Okay. Is it because I have this under the terminal window? Move it to tools. This is one of the things I don't like about Windows. It'll just say it's busy. I don't think it's going to work unless I close VS Code. So that's what I'm going to do. And let's just do it from here, from another shell. Move Rust to tools. Okay, yeah, that worked. So VS Code had it open for some reason. Okay, so under tools, Rust, find item, terminal. Oh, hold on. I want to run it. Actually, just not use the terminal. No, I do want to use the terminal for building. Because that's how I got used to it before, right? Cargo build. Alright, but I want to run it from here. Right, so it's going to be tools, Rust, find item, target, debug. Find, is it just find item? Oh, debug's not capitalized. It's find underscore item dot exe. Technically, I don't need that, but I'm going to put it in anyway. It's lowercase debug. So everything else will be the same. So it's going to get the same arguments. So that's the name of the realm. Name of the... yeah, I call it realm. That's the realm name that we're going to do, and then the extra arguments to the command line. So actually, the first thing I should do is try to figure out how to use command line arguments. Cargo boom. Car no go build. Cargo road. Yeah, exactly. Windows is great. It installs a service automatically that binds the list and support 80 for some reason. Is that true? If true, then I might have uninstalled it. HTTP localhost 80. And I don't think... If I had it, I must have uninstalled it because it's not connecting to it. Is the thing about command line arguments in the book? Cool. Well, let's do that first. So anyway, I wanted to have this set up so I can just run it the same way around the other tool. So instead of items lost, it's items rust lost. So it's just going to print hello world right now. I don't need it to show this. I can hide that with that, right? Call. Is that right? Yeah. So now it looks like it's just a program. Okay. So then we're done with that one. And I can focus on this. So let's learn how to do command line arguments. New default servers in Windows 10, but nobody asked for it. I've seen it in previous Windows where they do install a web server. Or if you like have all the bells and whistles of Windows installed, it'll install... Like there's a web server that comes with Windows, so... You can install Cargo Watch and then run Cargo Watch build automatically build it. That's an interesting idea. I don't want to learn too many things at once though. I'm mostly interested right now to learn how we do command line arguments, but thank you for that, Resubaka. I'll be looking at that at some point. Can auto build on changes? Yeah, that would be cool. I think I'm okay right now for the as long as I have stuff like this where if I do a syntax error, I get that immediately, which I believe is either Clippy or the language server. Actually, right now I'm just using the RLS. I'm not even using the good one. IIS, that's what it was, Mudribbit. You're right. I couldn't think of what the name of it is. Yeah, if you install all the bells and whistles that come with Windows, you get an IIS. So it might be that you just had that installed because you told Windows you wanted to install everything. Okay, let me learn. So you guys said that it was in the Rust manual. Let's look at the Rust book. I happen to have that in my shortcuts here, the Rust book. I just need to find out command line arguments. Can I just search for that? Command line. Arguments. Ah, there we go. The chapter I skipped. Accepting command line arguments. Perfect. Okay, so it's env args. It is a function that returns an iterator. Okay. So I want to compare it with how I do with items here. How I deal with arguments. How do I deal with arguments down here? I kind of want to model it the same way. So what if I do something heretical and I copy parts of this into Rust one piece at a time and port it. So there it was in Python, and it's not going to work because it's Python. And we're going to make it work with Rust instead. This is why we told... Yeah, but I purposely skipped that chapter because they told me it was a recap. This chapter is a recap, so I said, oh, okay, I'll skip it. Favorite way to port things? Oh, you take some code and then change it. So we're going to transform this Python into Rust. So what I did in Python is I said that you had to have at least 2 arguments. So the way that they're telling me to do in Rust is with an iterator. So I guess we want to do the same thing because we need to collect it to see if there is a second argument, right? Did you miss anything? When did you last chat? No, you haven't missed anything yet because I have just... All I've done 715.209 is set up the tool in the right spot, and I made it so that I can run it through a shell script, which just looks like that. So I just run it. And then right now it's printing hello world, but I'm going to be very slow because I am a newbie. I'm a noob when it comes to with Rust. There won't be a VOD to watch later. Grumpy Game Dev is just messing with you. Yeah, something like that Rust compiler. But I know I'm going to need the list later, so I'm going to try to type as much as I can without looking at the book. So it would be let args equal, and I need to do a... No, I can just do standard... It was standard sys, right? I'm just guessing here. env? No, obviously I got it wrong. Dot collect. Is it iter collect? Let's see how close I got. How close is that? This is fun. It's env. Wait a minute. It's just standard env collect. What's it telling me? It's a module. Oh, it's env. Interesting. There is no env in module env. Oh, it's just args. Okay. And what's this telling me here? Oh, because it's a statement. Okay, we got our arguments. So then if... What? Args dot... Oh, how come it's not helping me out here? I'm not getting IntelliSense on this. What is args? Type error. Do I need... Oh, because it... Okay, because it doesn't know. But if I tell it, I'm going to end up wanting to have a vec of... Is it string slices? Or is it strings? It's whole strings. Nice. Then the dot will probably work. Yes. Okay, so len. How come it shows up twice? 3 times. Weird. Collect needs a type. Yeah, but probably when I use it later, it will infer the type, right? And collect into any... Oh, really? Tells me what I know. Okay. Just remember, I'm a total noob. Yo, dog, I heard you like env, so I put an env in your env. Good thing I was wrong. It's actually, they put an args in my env. Yeah, I know a little Rust. I plan to use it in the future. Yeah, why Rust? Exactly. That's right, Grumpy Jeff. Are you related to the Grumpy game dev, by the way? And hello. Okay, so if args length is less than 2, I suppose I can't use it that way. It's private. Well, why did it tell me? Did it actually tell me that with the... Is that what that means? It's private? Okay, obviously there are 2 overloads for lane. We'll just do lane. And that's a print ln. Actually, what am I doing? It's just that, right? Print ln macro. Now I need to learn how do I print a standard error. I don't know how to do that. It'll run so much faster than Python. This will be so good. Can't stand grumpy people. I was just E print line. I never heard of this E print line. I should have the what is it? Someone gave me a link to the documentation early on. Let me find it. In the notes, there's going to be a link. Was it on day 2? Day 3? One of these days you guys gave me a nice link. I'm surprised I'm not finding it. docrustlang.org. Yeah, here it is. But I'm now I'm distracted. I want to find out where the first reference to it was. I think it was, well, that was for the prelude. Maybe I didn't write it down. Okay, thank you, 715209. Just grab your link. That's the very, very top level. What I wanted to get to was the reference. How come I don't see the reference? Hold on. This is the very, very top level. What if I just go down into that? Yeah, that's what I want. We'll get the exact link that I want. Standard, yeah. There we go. Actually, this is for crate standard. And I don't see the logo probably because I have dark mode on, right? Oh, I don't even need dark reader because it's already kind of dark. Nice. Just leave it off. Is this the top? Would this be considered the top level of the manual, or do I need to? Yeah, I guess it is. Can't go higher than this, I guess. So I kind of want to bookmark that. So let me find my own index, home pages. I got too much stuff on reference. I need to break this up. Let's put it here because it's important. We should make it second. Rust docs. Then when I open a new one, it'll be right here. There we go. Neat. You can do cargo doc in the command line. Really? Let's see this wondrous thing. Cargo doc. Hold on. Oh, of all crates you use. Anyway, I got an error. It looks like it tries to compile my code first, so it'll only work if I can compile my code. The cat left? I didn't even see him leave. He's so silent. Okay, bye, kitty. Thank you, Nui. Cargo docs. Did you mean doc? I think it needs my project to build first. It's getting hung up on this being invalid syntax. Okay, the whole reason I wanted to look at this is because I wanted to learn this magnificent new thing I'd never seen before, which is ePrintLine. So I'm going to go to Rust docs and I'm going to type in ePrintLine. Neat. Prints the standard error with a new line. Sure. It's equivalent to print line, except it goes, that's exactly what I want. So instead of doing file equals standard error, we just do e print line, and we're done. And then what's the equivalent of exiting with a code? That it didn't talk about that either, but just out of curiosity, is there something called exit? There is. That's what we want, right? And it doesn't return. That's exactly the same. So I would do, let's see if it's in the prelude. It's not. Process exit. Well, I forgot what the code was. 1. Gotta add all the semicolons because Python didn't have it. Okay, and then so let realm equal args 1. Semicolon. It's going to tell me a couple of problems here, right? Oh, it doesn't want me to do that. It wants me to borrow it. Sure, we can borrow it. Hold on. Remember, noob Rust developer. I have to do that. So that I don't need that. Yeah, okay, I got it. So now realm is reference to string. Got it. Look at the methods on Vec. It talked about it in the section that I skipped. Yeah, I know. I've been forgetting semicolons. It's not that I'm forgetting them. It's that the original Python didn't have them. But anyway, this will build now, so cargo doc should work. It didn't actually do anything, though. Anyway, this should tell me I'm missing cargo build. It should have told me I was... Oh, no, because the script does it. So if I do it manually... Find item, target, debug, find item, just, yeah, realm name required, blah, 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 then it's happy. Cool, we got past the first step. All right. Next step of the script was that to require a command. Actually, we're going to skip that. I'm not going to have a separate thing for command. We're just going to assume that it's the find command. So the next thing would be to read our configuration file. And then make sure that the realm is in it. So got to port that. I feel like I should be putting this into comments and probably also make functions out of these. Cargo doc open. You need to tell it to open and not just create it. Okay. But now it's going to be broken again. We'll try next time I get it to build correctly. There's a single method on Vec that can do this and let me do more Rust-like error handling. You mean this? I can look at the methods on Vec to figure it out. Oh, okay. So I should probably read that section I skipped. Do a brief excursion into a buff seagull territory. Whoa, why is it so small? Nth. See, I don't know these things. I don't know what nth means. That's cool. But for me, I kind of want it to be in this because I'm going to be pulling it out later. Well, actually, I'm not going to, am I? In the original script, I pulled out 2 arguments, right? So that's why I had it into a, why I wanted to keep it in the list, because I'm using the list twice. In this, I'm not really going to do that, right? So I don't really need to put it into a list. I could do exactly what you did, which is just to pull out one and then unwrap or else. See, I need to learn nth. I can guess what it means, but I just have never seen them before. It's cool that I can read this and kind of understand what's going on. I did the exit the same way you did, only that I didn't do the using. I'd had to do that, right? Yeah, because it's not in the prelude. Yeah, that's if you wanted to grab a specific one. Which actually here I only need a specific one, so I could do it the way a buff seagull did it. I don't want to just blindly use it though. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this part. Actually, I don't even need to take it. I'm gonna say here in the comment. So extract realm name from arguments. A nice way to do this, once I get more familiar with these, is to use the nth and unwrap or else functions. And I think what I'm going to do is do that for now. So we'll get back to that. Nth. Yeah, thank you very much. I could have found it easily with this thing, right? Just type in nth. Yeah. I really like this reference manual because I can get to things really quickly. Yeah, so this is doing the indexing for me and giving me an option of whatever the item type. In this case, it would be a string, which is awesome. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to keep the code the way it is and clean it up later to do that, like you're suggesting, once I get familiar with those. Also, I kind of just want to play both sides. I want to have it where I understand how it did exactly the way the Python way, and then this is the maybe the better way since Rust has those extra things. Okay, configuration. The idea here is that I'm going to need a JSON. I'm going to need to open a file, and I'm going to need to read it back as JSON. We didn't work with files yet either. I don't think the book actually talked about files. So I'm probably on my... Oh, no, it's here. It's in the chapter I missed. Maybe I should go read this chapter. What do you guys think? Should I make up for my errors by going through chapter 12 top to bottom and then do my own code? Or should I just keep doing it? I only skipped chapter 12. I didn't skip any of the other chapters around it. I did 13, I did 11. I just skipped 12, which was maybe a mistake. And let's just glance, let's read through chapter 12. No, it's not a game about Rust. Or it's not about the game Rust, it's about the Rust programming language. The game is my game, which looks like this, which is not Rust. So, yeah. I don't know how to say that specifically to make it clear to people who are browsing channels, but yeah. There's going to be some confusion when we're talking about games and Rust, because it's not the game Rust, it's making tools for a game that's not Rust using the Rust programming language. My game looks better anyway. Well, thank you. You can pass arguments as cargo run dash dash. That's if I wanted to give arguments to... If I want to run it with cargo run. Yeah, that makes sense. I think what we're going to do is we're going to read through the chapter I skipped. Oh no, you're saying probably should just search out the Rust docs to see how to open a file? You don't want me to... I can skim through this quickly. Because I'm going to end up seeing the stuff that I need to know anyway, right? Yeah, I don't want it to overlap my work rave. Okay, can I make this smaller? In fact, we don't even need that. Can I hide that? There we go. We're making our own... They're making... We are going to make our own version of grep. Cool, because they'd probably cover regular expressions, right? Okay, here we go. Making a new CLI, and then using it with... Oh, wait a minute. So, right, and the dash dash is a convention not just for Rust, but for other things. It's basically saying that if you had a dash dash here, it's saying don't interpret any of these as options. They're not options. So in this case, there are no options. So these aren't used as options, so it's not necessary. But it's a valuable thing to know, 715.209. You cannot process it because we have to actually read them, and we'll do it with, yeah, they even gave us that code there that's exactly what I ended up doing, right? Let args, which is a vector of strings. It's exactly the same, only I didn't do the use. I'm trying to avoid doing use unless I really need to, because I don't like how it obscures which library it came from. I do the same thing in C++. All right, so first we begin, yeah. Nested in 2 levels of modules? What? Oh, yeah. So less ambiguous than adding use, standard env args, and then just calling args. Oh yeah, I kind of agree, but I'm even more extreme. It will panic if any argument contains invalid Unicode. Okay. If you want to accept non-Unicode, you args OS. An OS string. Differs per platform, and it's more complex to work with. Okay. That's fine, we don't need to worry about that. We can use the collect function to create many kinds of collections, specifically annotate the type of args, specify what we want. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. Although we rarely need to annotate. Types collect is one where you often do because Rust isn't able to infer. Yeah, I was hoping that it would be able to, and I was wrong. First we print the vector with that. Yep. Yeah, that's standard for all programming languages. That the first argument's the actual, what is it technically? It's the name of the command that you ran, and the name usually is a path to the executable, but it might just be a name. It might be a link. And you get to use the turbofish syntax. Turbofish? Saving the arguments in variables. Yeah, so that's what I did, right? And I kind of was clumsy with the syntax, but the compiler's error message got me to that. I'm glad that I got at least that far. It would have taken me a while to figure that out. Thank you to chat for getting me over that hump, but I figured that out. All right. Reading a file. Okay, actually, as we learn this, I'm going to actually immediately apply it. So, fs read to string. And then we're going to do an expect because it's a result enum, right? So if including the type hint on the variable, you can do collect string. Really? I kind of, that would actually make more sense to me. Oh, right. Can you do that? That syntax looks weird to me. Is it collect without the colon? No. Is it collect? Because you wrote it slightly different. Okay, you literally wrote that, but I'm guessing it's a typo. Is it collect? And it still doesn't like that syntax for some reason. Wait a minute, what? What's it trying to tell me here? I think what I'm going to do is do that because this, I like the format of this better. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Is it just a warning then? I think it's just confused because of this. Just, can I comment that out? Is it just confused? Build that. No, there is a problem with this. Oh, wait a minute. Found struct string. Do I need a vex string there? Yeah, that's what it was. And then I can do that. Okay, that's what it is. And Rust Compiler just gave it to me. Thank you, Rust Compiler. And 715209 also gave it to me. So I'll give you guys points. Thank you very much. And the elephant seal agreed with you. So he got a point too. Yeah. So that's called a turbo fish. I learn something new every day. Turbo fish. That's the turbo fish there. Similar to what I coined the other day, right? Okay, so that is a turbo fish. So turbo fish. So I had coined something for that. Is there a name for that? Because I've been calling that semi. No, dot. It was dot equals, right? That to me is semi-invisible tank. Is there a better name for that operator? The dot equal that you see in it's a range inside of a pattern match, right? Semi-invisible tank because you can only see the tank treads and you can see the gun on the front, but you can't see the body of the tank on top of it. There's probably a better name though, right? It's got to be a cool name for that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep calling it semi-invisible tank. Check out turbo.fish. Okay. So it's the whole thing then, right? Got it. Bubble gun. That's a cool site. What? What? Code. Random. All right. Interesting. All right, let's get back to this. Porting it from JSON. So I did this because I had a with. I guess I'm not going to need that in Rust, right? Well, actually, it's because this allowed me to. This construction is just different. What if I'll put this back into comments. Thank you for the follows, by the way. If you click the random button, it will fill the fish with. Okay, we need to. I didn't click the button. Obviously, I need to click the buttons to play this. Oh, we just ended up in the Reddit post. Which one? The random button. Okay. Oh, it's filling in a type. Oh, and now they're going right to left because I reversed it. Okay. That's funny. Awesome. Gotta give a buff seagull at least 5 points for that. Chapter I skipped explains the turbofish. It's the chapter I'm in the chapter I skipped. So you're saying we'll get to turbofish in a little bit? Maybe. All right. So it's just fs read to string. We can do that. Can I say let configuration and chain it? Fs, standard fs, right? Read to string. Path. Path is config.json. And then dot expect. My script didn't actually have an expect, so let's, to be faithful, do a faithful port. Instead of an expect, it would be an unwrap, right? Rust 1, yeah. Well, Jackamus, I was working on some database stuff for my game, and then I started writing code that I'm like, this would be much better in Rust. I was writing Rust. I'm learning that there's a lot of stuff the book didn't cover. but you know, it's not bad. Now, what's wrong with this? Is it just because there's nothing there? Yeah. Okay, so I'm hoping I can change something in there to do the JSON parsing. So what if I just look it up in the book, JSON. Maybe not. Is there no JSON built into Rust? Serd for JSON. What's Serd? Is this something I have to... this is a crate that I'm going to need? I'm going to need Serd, okay. Well, if 715209 says it, then we're going to have to add it. And if I remember how to do this right, it is, in my cargo toml, I'm supposed to say, Serd equals, and then I need to find... is it crates? Crate.io? Nope. Crates.io. Thank you. Thank you, Rust compiler. Okay. This is not dark mode friendly, so let's make it dark mode friendly. Alright. Serd. I forget. Can I just say v1.0 and it'll pick up the rest of the version? Can I say 1.0? Yeah, cool. That's exactly what I want to say then. Now I just need to remember how to pull in the dependencies. Is it just cargo build will pull it in? Oh, neat. That's exactly what we wanted. Needs Serd JSON too? Okay. Why does it still have a problem with that line? Because I didn't hit save, probably. Yeah, okay. Alright. So you're saying I need Serd JSON also? In fact, that was there. There's an alt Serd JSON. Serd JSON experimental. Easy peasy. We just say Serd JSON. Actually, this depends on this. Can't I just list that one? Like, can I just say that? Yeah, see, it pulled it in anyway. It pulled in. So I'd much rather do that. There we go. No, I can't do that? It looked like it worked so far. Cargo clean. Cargo build. It looks like it's pulling it in by dependency. Need derive deserialize. For what, though? Libraries say themselves what they depend on. You can't do it. No, what I mean is, like, can I just pull in that and it pulls insert for me? I think the answer is yes. It's another book for me to read. Another book? Serializing, deserializing Rust data structures efficiently and generically. Okay. Thank you for that. Actually, I want the whole comment. From Elephant Seal. Thank you, Elephant Seal. I have to be conscious about my break timer. Within the next half an hour, I gotta take another break. Alright, so let's use it. I suppose I'm going to want to look at the documentation for it, right? There we go. They're probably going to tell me exactly how to do it in here, right? From a string data. The question mark is the get it or panic. Or no, is it's get it or you get none, right? I can't remember now. GitHub Serd RS JSON should explain it all. Different than where I am right now. Where does that go to? I guess I can have this at the ready. Yeah, so that's ended up what I did. Yeah, so this is the same thing as this, right? Let's stick to here. It's the same? Cool. Error or okay? Yeah, I just didn't remember. I guess I should brush up on my memory of that. So, question mark. No results. Operator? Sometimes these things are hard to find. It would be in, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so that is the same as something up here, right? Right, the match. Where we get the file out or it returns an error. So it can only be used inside of a function that's returning a result, right? So how are they using it then? Oh, yeah, they're using inside of a function that returns results. So I really can't do that because I'm not returning anything. Got it. Yeah, I forgot about that. I should write some notes down since I forgot. So the question mark operator is... Did I already write notes for this? Did I already forget it for a second time? Is shorthand for... take a result and we'll unwrap it to return to unwrap it to the value inside, or early return the error value if it's an error. It's probably not the best way for me to describe it, but well, yeah. Can we? I don't think we would want to do that, right? If anything, I'd probably want main to call something that does this. So I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to unwrap it, and then we're going to do. Actually, I'm going to take it and give it to from string, aren't I? So I want surd JSON in front of all this stuff. From string all this stuff. Okay, why didn't it like that? I don't know. Can't find the crate for it. Is this just because I need to reload? Well, there we go. Yeah, I guess the language server didn't know I added a crate underneath it. Okay, so the type isn't right here because I need to turn it into a slice, right? Is it as? I forget. As string? There we go. Now, what does it say? Can't infer the type because I need to do unwrap. Now, the problem is type indentation is it doesn't know what the type is. Do I want the default value? I think I don't. Yeah, I'm just trying to faithfully port that. So, do I need to do unwrap as? I do unwrap, but then I need to annotate it because it doesn't know what it is, right? Okay, what is it? It's a value of... It's a surd JSON value. There we go. I did it. I did it, chat. To make sure that it actually runs. So, the cat's meowing at me, by the way. I didn't do it! Cargo build. And this should run. Okay, so if I didn't have, so like an example, like if I couldn't find the configuration file, which would be if I ran it here, blah, blah, it should say it couldn't find it. It panicked. So if I wanted it to be nice, I would handle that with a match, or I would, yeah, I'd have to handle it. File can't find the file specified. To find a struct for my JSON configuration, why would I need to add an and before? I just want to get it as a JSON value. Are you saying that I can make it fit into a structure of some kind? I think I'm just doing it this way, right? Oh, that's what they're going to teach me here. I don't think I need to do that. Oh, wait a minute. Do I need to because of Rust needs me to define the structure? Okay, this is just different than both the C++ and the Python, so... No, I could just do it this way. I think I'm just going to continue to do it the way I have been doing. Yeah. It's good to know that I could do that, but I think I'm going to not do that right now. What I want to make sure... Okay, so that is as faithful as I can get to that. And then, so this is read in the configuration from file. All right, and then this is... what are we actually doing with it after we get that? I'm getting the instance list. So yeah, determine, well, look up the realm to, what's the word here? Look up the realm, the realm in the game with which to interact. Okay, so why did I put that? I'm in a comment. Why is it trying to autofill? Okay, it's interesting. I did one lookup and then I did another lookup. I don't know why I did it that way. Wouldn't it be smart to just look it up once? So I think I can do that with the indexing, right? I don't know. Does this describe what I can do with a value? Value. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Value. There we go. I don't really know how to make custom indexing or what it implies here, but let me see if I can find it. It's probably like indexable or something, right? Index. I bet it's this one. Yes. So yeah, so what does it actually return? I'm just creating a command line tool, and I'm doing it by taking an existing Python tool and just trying to port it faithfully to Rust. Sort of an exercise. So I started out with this Rust tool, this Python tool. The tool is what I use to find items in the game, so I can say like, find the rusty iron key in the game, and it connects to my game and finds out which entity number it is. So I'm just trying to recreate that in Rust as an exercise. Power cycle and you reset your router. Uh-oh. Well, welcome back, A Buff Seagull. I'm sorry to hear that you had router issues. And the example shows me to, yeah. I'm just kind of diving in to understand how the index thing works. Where's the, yeah, let me see the declaration. It returns an output. An output is, I don't understand the syntax with the question, the type question mark. Does that mean it's an option? Oh, I don't understand the syntax. Special question marks. Oh, wait a minute. No, I do remember that now. That means it's a slice kind of a thing, right? Maybe sized, yeah. Like how a slice works. So going back here, output is a value. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Yeah, there's just a lot for me to get used to. It's like kind of like, I feel like going through the Rust book was like learning how to swim in the kiddie pool, and I just jumped into the ocean now. So I can kind of not drown, but there's just a lot to consider, and I'm kind of struggling. There's also a lot of noise in the background distracting me. Okay, back to here. If I want to just be faithfully reproduce this, it would be, this is going to be horrible, right? If I just want to know if the realm name can be found in that, then I really just want to, this doesn't even check to see if configuration has realms, it just looks it up. So it would be something like if configuration realms, do they have a has? Really, I want to see what can I do with a value. Oh. If it's, so I need to do a match, right? Well, no, I want to coerce it. Is there like an as? No. Because this might not be an object. Syntactically, it's a value. How do I? A value is an enum. If I want to basically unwrap it as an object, how do I do that? Why am I deserializing into value instead of a known type? Because I'm trying to reproduce the JSON code exactly. But maybe that's my problem. I need at this point I should know that it's an object, right? Can I do? I just don't know how to do this. I don't have the connections in my brain to connect together what I want to do and what the right way the syntax would be. Fighting the compiler. I don't want to fight the compiler. So I'm not, you can see I'm not typing anything that's syntactically wrong yet. I'm trying to connect what I've learned about Rust so far with what I want to do. Create a type that represents a serialized config. Yeah, I don't want to do that, Mr. Halsey. I want to try to get it to fit. My intent here is I want that to be a variable, which is a JSON object. Not that I want to map it to a Rust type. I want it to be a JSON object. So literally, I want it to be that. Yeah. So to string wouldn't work because I want to get... the only thing I can think of is I want to do a match, right? And do a panic if it's not an object. And isn't that what unwrap does? Let's close that one. Let me read more about what unwrap does. That might help? Okay. Anything that'll help me understand. That's what I want. I need if let. If let value object, right? What's the syntax for that? No, it's if let object, right? Sir JSON ob. I need to review the book on how if let works. If let. I'm already weak. I know. How come there's no search results for if let? Come on, people. Really? Right now. I'm trying to review how the if let syntax works. It was early on in the book, right? Anybody remember what chapter if let was introduced in? It was early on. Was it in control flow? Yeah, the searching is not the best. It is in flow control, right? That's in Rust by example. Maybe search. Yeah, I'm being distracted by kids screaming in the background. Sorry. Okay, anybody know what chapter if let is in? That goes to Rust by example. I want to find it in the book, if that's okay. Okay, it's chapter 6.3. Oh, there we go. Thank you. 715.209. All right. Oh, I think I know how to do it. So it would be value, and then I would have to have a pattern in here, right? And so that pattern would be object sir JSON value object, right? Can I not do it that way? Okay, I'll look at the documentation, although it's hard for my brain to go from one thought to another like that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't understand that. I'm missing some fundamental knowledge. What am I trying to do with the JSON? I am trying to see, configuration is a value, right? A value is an enum. Right here. Value is an enum, and I want to basically assert that it's an object, and I want to get to the that map that's inside. So what I was hoping to do is, okay, that's obviously the wrong syntax. If I do that, then what is object? What's it trying to tell me now? Yeah, I did need to use one of its variants. Can you tell me how to do that? Maybe if I build it. I probably need to save it. I don't want to do cargo run. Rust C, explain E0532, please. Erroneous code. To fix this, they're ensure that the match arm is the kind that I want. Oh. So I want value object. Like that? Aha. It didn't like that because why? Can't move the index. What? Value is in, but it can also contain extra data. Use a match instead of an if. It's easier for starters. Yeah, maybe. Once you match it, you can access the data object of the contents. Object. Yeah, that's what I ended up doing, like what Buff Siegel said. We'll give none if it doesn't exist. Oh, so I need to unwrap that? And the unwrap says not found. What can I call on it? Get? Okay, obviously I'm not understanding this. Yeah, I typed that. Still didn't like it. It didn't like it. Actually errored on that now too. Maybe I will do a match. It should return a value. This should be returning a value. Oh, it needs. Oh no, get. I was looking at what it actually returns. It was where was it? Can I go back? It was the index, right? Index. Ops index. Oh, actually this it had it here. We could see index here. Index. Yeah, I was looking at this before. So that you can index it like I'm used to doing. It returns a value null if it doesn't match the type of the index. Actually, so I don't need to do the if let then. I should just be able to do this. Hold on. Yeah, but I would like to do the index like I'm doing here. It supports the index operator. It's just I don't have the types quite matching. I think is it because it returns a reference to the value? Let's break this up a little bit. Let realms equal that. What is that? Can I see what the type is, please? It's not going to tell me the type, is it? It's being naughty. No, it says at the top. It's a value. And a value could be null. Okay, so I almost have it. No, it says it's an error now. Can't move out of index. Can't move out of index. Oh, right. Because it has to be then a reference. There. That's probably the problem I have here too. Yes. Okay. Got it. So if I wanted to, like, do an error if it's not an object, then what would I do? I probably want to, hold on, let me catch up in chat. Hey there, Batcraft. If you know config is going to be there, you don't want it to handle errors, just straight out. Yeah, That's exactly what the Python does. It just expects it. It doesn't check to see if configuration is a JSON object. It doesn't check to see if configuration realms is just an object. It just assumes it. So I want to do the same thing, where if the assumption is wrong, I don't care. It should just panic. The value you can't index enum values like string key. Sure you can. That they support it right here. You can index for value. It says it returns a null if it's not the type or if it's out of bounds. So you can totally index a value. That's what I want to do, because that's what I did in the Python. This will return a null if configuration is not an object. I'm doing okay, Backcraft. I'm struggling with Rust, but we'll get through it. Is object. It's not that I want to see if it is an object. I want to see if the object has a key. So I don't really want this let. I want to, yeah, don't I just want to just say if, whoops. If, I meant to hit delete there and I hit right arrow. There should be a method of that, right? Like contains or has or something. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe get is the right method to be calling. Right, I should just do get and see if it returns none. Right? Catch 22. If let none. Is that how it's done? That sort of makes sense. If let none equal realm. But that's not quite right, right? Oh, don't I need to fully qualify it, don't I? Value none? No. No variant or associate item. What can I do with that in a conditional? Oh, there's an is none. Well, it'll be is no. I get an option so that you can say I can do is none. Is empty. Did the oh, wait. No, the index returns a value. Right. Okay, I'm getting confused because I'm looking at get. Let's go back to index. It does say it'll be null, right? Is null. That's what I want, right? Finally, that is the equivalent of that. So, print line this as a string. And then here, I can't do it that way, right? I have to like have a comma realm and I have to take that out. And then a standard process exit. There we go. Is this Rust a dream? That's right. I'm sorry if someone told me that was the answer earlier and I just missed it. Let's see if someone did. Is null. Nope, no one typed is null. Did someone type configuration? Yeah, well, Rusubaka said, what we're trying to do is not what you need to do. I'm not doing what I need to do. I'm trying to literally translate this from Python into Rust. Now, I want to probably go back and refactor it to be more idiomatic Rust, but right now I'm mostly interested in forming the associations in my brain between what I know in Rust, what I know this does literally in Python, to what is the exact Rust equivalent. So what this does in Python is it takes this variable and does an index operation on it with a string as the argument to the index function. That's also literally what this does in Rust, right? Configuration is a value that has an index method, and it can take a string. And what I'm doing with that is I'm doing it with the in operator, which is the equivalent of that is another indexing to see if it's null, right? And so the syntax is just different, but it's literally the same thing. Now, whether or not this is the right way to do it, it's probably not the right way to do it, but it's the most faithful reproduction of the intent of this, like of the literal intent of this code. Take configuration, index it, then index it again to see if something is in it, and if it's not in it, do the next block of code. So the assert JSON equivalent of the if not in is it null or not, right? Although I have a problem with what if it's in there but the value actually is null, because there is a difference. Yeah, you just want to see if the value existed. So this is actually not strictly correct, right? Because it could be in there with null, right? What if I want to distinguish between a real null and it just not being in there? The does not exist part. See, the way I did it in my JSON stuff for C++ is I actually have a special type. And let me show you what it was. It was at the top. I have a special type called invalid. So that I need to take a break. Just quiet this thing for now. I have a special type, a special value called invalid. It doesn't look like the assert JSON has that, right? They just have null, so they don't have any invalid. Is none. I didn't see an is none. Right, so I'd have to use get, which returns an option. Is that the only way to do it then? So who's the first person who told me to try get? That was man. I'm going to give man the points then. You're the man. Hopefully you didn't give up on me. Because literally what I'm doing is not quite exactly, but what man told me to do was. I'm going to give you 15 points. Did Raffiana tell me to do the same thing? Let's see. I don't see exactly where it was, but if so, let me know. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna, if the only way to do it is to do the get and not do the indexing, then that's what we're gonna have to do, right? Yeah, okay. So we have to do the get, not the index. So get realm is none. Cool. Cargo build, and then now if I do it with the invalid realm, okay, it didn't work. Did I not do that right? Huh. Wait a minute. Okay, it's not working. What happens with the points? Nothing right now, but in the future, my intent with the points was, okay, no one's playing my game right now, but let's say there are people playing. Here are the people who have the most points right now. I might reward like the top 20 point holders with some kind of access to the game that you normally have to pay for, or maybe what you do with the points is you be able to turn them in for an item. But the points are really just to reward people who are in my channel and kind of help out or are regulars, and the way I would give back would be the product I'm trying to make, you would have a little bit more access than you normally would have. or you'd have some kind of distinctive item in game that marks you as an extra special person for helping out the stream. So that's all that you can really do with those kinds of points. That was all invented before they came out with channel points. So channel points is a different thing. It's more like just being here and in a more generic sense, watching in Twitch, and you can do a few things with the channel points, but not much. I really haven't gotten into making redemptions that are. I haven't tuned my streams to redemptions really in a while. Okay, what was I looking here? I don't need to look at this. I'm looking at get, and I'm trying to figure out why. I should have like an else or something. Let's just do a print line, because I don't know why it's not getting here. I don't want to actually print out the realm configuration, because that might be there might be some secret stuff in there. Actually, it shouldn't. What's the worst I could do by leaking? Let's just try to print something. Found it. I'm trying to understand why this isn't printing anything. Found it even with a nonsense word, which is weird. Hydrate? Okay. Cheers, Backraft. Okay, so why is it finding non-existent realms? It's not none for some reason. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, debug. But I would maybe debug this. Problem is it's going to print, it's going to print stuff which might be secret. I actually, I can look at it off screen just to be out of an abundance of caution, maybe. Maybe that's what I'll do. Can I get a notepad? Is it going to start off screen? Yeah. Okay, so I'm safe there. Let me just open the game's configuration file and make sure there's nothing secret in there. That's because it's in secrets. I got to be really careful. All files, please. I need config.json. All right. Did I take any OAuth tokens out of here? I think it might have an old OAuth token in here. Yeah, there's like an OAuth token in there, but I think it's real old. I could just delete it. I don't need it to be in there. Actually, that's not an OAuth token. It's a client ID, so that's not even secret. Yeah, it's got other stuff in there I'd rather not be. I'll just delete it. Some of this stuff doesn't need to be in here. Yeah. I don't want to show this file. But what's in the realms? Actually, that one's okay. So if it prints the right thing, I'm safe. What if I'll run it in myself in another window off screen that you can't see to make sure it doesn't show anything secret. That's what I'll do. Secrets. I need to take a break soon too. Maybe look at your example as is somewhat what I want to try as it checks the key. Okay. Let me take a quick glance. Wait, which example? Hold on. I'm not sure which link you want me to look at, Resubaka. Actually, you did also tell me to use the get too. I should give you some points. Yeah, but there are two links in there. Yeah, I wasn't sure which one to look at. That's as object. I don't need that one, do I? Contains key. Oh, does it contains key? I didn't see that one. Would that show up here? I just didn't see it. I guess I can just search for it. Contains key. Oh, if I go into the, if I pull it out. Okay. Rather than doing is none, we would ask it if it contains the key, but I would have to coerce this to an object first, and that's what you're saying, the as object. Okay, I see what you're getting at. So, as object, right. So I would unwrap that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's try it out. So this is the original one, which I still don't know why it doesn't work. I'd like to know what I did wrong there to make that not work. But you're saying I should do this as object, unwrap, and then contains key. Like that, right? And this would be a not. Is that how you do a not in Rust? I'm guessing so. So I'm just going to run it off screen here first. No, it didn't work. It's still saying both yes and no. It's finding it for a garbage value and finding it for a real value. So I'm doing, there's something wrong here. What if that is not reversed? Yeah, it's like finding it. It thinks that there's a key. I wonder if the realm is wrong. Could that be wrong? I can print that out. Print it here. Realm is realm. Oh, okay. I'm just stupid. I've been running it with this command, but guess what? I'm just stupid because that has the realm name baked into it. That's the problem. I can do that using the helper shell. I have to call it directly like I was doing with that. No, I guess there's still a problem. No, because I reversed the logic. Okay. I need to build. Keep forgetting that. Need to build it. Found it, but then yeah, okay, that was it. Now, would my original code work? I bet you that it was just me running it wrong the whole time. Yeah, okay, it was just me doing it wrong the whole time. Now, which one's technically closer to the Python? I think the way Restu told me to do it is better because this is doing more than just checking if it's in there. It's actually getting the whole thing and then seeing if it's none. So that would be closer. It's too bad that we have to do this as object unwrap though. I have to do that. This won't work. Yeah. And that's because we're getting to the map inside, right? Yeah, but the thing is it won't be running from the correct directory. Because it won't be able to find the configuration file. I got to run it for my secret. I had to change the directory and then I have to run it through kind of like how I'm running it through here with the relative path. And so I don't know how to do that with cargo. Can you set the working directory with cargo run? I don't know how to do it. So I was just doing cargo build here and then running it here. But anyway, let's get past that point. I need to take a break and then we'll continue with the porting. So really what I want to run is Rust the iron key, right? Items Rust kind of appropriate that it's rusty iron key. Okay, so the realm is correct. I don't need this. As object unwrap contains key realm. Okay. Read the chapter on destructuring data, then everything becomes more clear. Destructuring the data for a JSON, or are you talking about in the Rust book? Because I did read there's a chapter about, it wasn't a whole chapter either, it was part of this, right? You're referring to the Rust by example. I haven't actually read that book yet. Sounds like I should, though. So yeah, I haven't read this book yet. So sounds like I should. Let me add that to so Rust compiler, the Twitch viewer, not the actual Rust compiler. Although, who knows? Maybe Rust compiler is the Rust compiler. Recommends reading this book. And probably other people have recommended. If you recommended to me to read Rust by example, I'm not acknowledging you. My apologies. I just, I'm very disorganized. Hello, Master Agent Miyazaki. I got to take a break, though. You don't really have to read it. Yeah, but if Rust compiler and other people are saying that I would benefit from going through the flow control matching and destructuring, then it would probably help me out, right? So you're saying I should probably look at this stuff. Yeah, I think I need to look at more examples anyway. So Ruffiano also supports the statement, so maybe that's what we do. I don't know if I'll do it live on stream. I need to take a break though, my friends. So I've had the work rave on pause for like a long time now. Okay, I got this far in the porting. It's going really slow because I'm really new at Rust, but I've ported so far this Python code down to here into this equivalent Rust code. So it's ported straight, as in it is not idiomatic Rust. So I'll have to come back and make it like refactor to make it idiomatic and all that stuff. I just wanted to understand if I want a literal translation from Python to Rust, what would it look like? And this is helping me out, right? That this is how I would basically assert that when we index the value with a string and say it's an object, it's going to either be an object or it's going to panic. And then contains key is the if we get it as an object, it lets us do the if not in. The not is there, and so this is helping me out just to do the literal translation, even if I'm not doing it idiomatically yet. So I'm going to take a break. When I come back from the break, I think I want to get into the run, which is going to be doing the WebSocket connection. I think we need to get, where is it? Oh, run is in the base, right? So that's in this common run, which sets up an asynchronous event loop because it's going to do async. I have no idea how to do that in Rust yet. It really is going to revolve around whatever Rust equivalent there is for WebSocket, because we have to make a WebSocket connection to my server. Getting the information, the whole reason why we're reading the configuration file is to get the host name and port number of the server. We're going to connect to the server, and we're going to authenticate and all of that. So how long will the break be? Just 3 minutes. I just need to get up and stretch. Async is a whole other world. Yeah, I should just take a break rather than saying what I'm going to do after the break, because explaining it is taking more than 3 minutes. I'll be back in a little bit. Sorry, I'm late. I actually had to feed the cat. He was demanding raw flesh, so I had to give it to him. Actually, just feeding him a can of cat food. His last can, I gotta go to the store and get more. Alright, catching up. WebSocket C Tungstenite. That's a nice name. Okay, going even further back. Match configuration value object is a hint, yeah. Async is a whole other world. Let's see if we have to do it. BRB.await. Find yourself doing a lot of explaining why you have to take time to do something and then time to explain it. Yeah, if it's a short break, I should just take the break, right? And say, I'll be back in 3 minutes, that kind of thing. Spawn, do something else. Good luck. The WebSocket part would be so easy after the JSON part. Yeah, the JSON kind of threw me for a loop there. But I understand, like, JSON values are another level of enum, right? Where you have enums objects and it's a composition. JSON would have been easier with struct. Async Tungstenite, the newer async version? Just should not try async to beginning. Okay. Feed him? No, I didn't feed him my kids. Some unfortunate chicken somewhere along the supply chain became his meal. Think demanding raw flesh is TOS? Really? Okay. He demanded a can of cat food. The cat food was chicken, chunky chicken. Hey there, Cloudhawk. See what Ruffiano said. What did Ruffiano say? I'm not sure I understand what gave it away. What he gave away. I want to move on to using this async stuff. So what I'm doing is taking this Python code and porting it to Rust here. So based on the rest of the arguments, I want to run something where I grab configuration, the realm, instances. What if I just try to faithfully reproduce this? So it would have some kind of struct context, right? I don't know what it needs to have yet. No semicolon there, and then there's going to be an impl context, and there's run self a surd JSON reference to a surd JSON value. Actually, I guess we can just transfer it, right? Move it in. Configuration. And, oh, actually, this is referring to certain things inside of it. So maybe do it with references after all. Realm. And actually, no, that's the string realm. So that is a string. And then instances. So that would be a JSON value. And then the command, which we don't have, so we're going to leave it empty. Beginner, you're wondering if you could steer in the right direction regarding a trivial problem you have? What trivial problem do you have? Dude, person 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What's the trivial problem you have? Do small cargo run will complain. Should go back and try and redo your toggle plugin in Rust. Currently, yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, I got it running, yeah. Yeah, converting some Python tools to Rust as an exercise to make sure that I know Rust. And what I'm finding is I don't know Rust yet. So it wasn't enough to go through the Rust book. I I need to study Rust by example, and I need to maybe reread some sections of the book. And also, I never did finish it, but I was going through the chapter 12 that I had skipped before, and I'd gotten down to reading a file, and I'd gotten everything I needed out of it, and I just gave up on it. So I need to finish at some point chapter 12 because I had skipped that before. Remember that types are at the right and not the left. Oh, is that what I'm doing wrong? Yeah, you can tell I've been doing C++ for way too long. Because I have them all in the wrong order. Thank you. Patatas del Papa, thank you. I should give you another point since that's your first point. Yeah, see, it was trying to warn me all along, but I was ignoring the squigglies. That's a colon. Okay, so the only problem it has is that I'm never calling it, so I can call it down here. Build and execute a tool context to perform the work. Okay, and I'm just doing this because I'm trying to match what I had in the Python, which is that we made a context object out of the rest of the arguments, which I'm not going to need, so I'm just going to skip them, and then just run with these arguments. So the equivalent of that, I think, would be context. I don't have a new yet. New. That is just this, right? Context. I think that's all I need to do, right? Okay, I don't remember this. It's new, and this should be lowercase. I forget how to do this part. So I'm going to need to go back to the book. So when they talked about structures, right? Yes, right here. What did they do? I have to say the return type is a context, right? That's what I did wrong. Now it works. You like to use self? Return self? Well, the book just says to just construct it in place. I guess I would have self if I wanted to make it and then toy with it, but I don't need to do that yet, right? So I can just do context new dot run. And actually, look at that. It filled everything in for me. So I wish it would put them on different lines. I guess I'll do that myself. All right, so configuration is just configuration. But I need to pass a reference to it. Fair enough. And then the realm is realm. And then the instances is, that's the difficult part. I need to do basically make an array with one element in it. Why am I doing that? Let's just simplify this. I'll make it instance. Instance, and it's just going to be the inner part here. So it's configuration realms, realm, servers 0. And why can't I do that? Oh, but probably because I need to do an unwrap. No, I shouldn't need to do that. What's the problem here? Run that. Build, I mean. What's the error? Oh, is it because I, no, I have instance. Oh, hold on, someone's at our door. You're gonna hear some barking a little bit. I probably need to have this, right? No. This syntax is confusing to me. I don't need it there. Because why? Okay. In the call, the error was a little bit confusing, which maybe I should look at from the top. Cast cannot be followed by indexing. Try surrounding it. Oh, do I have yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do that, right? There we go. Okay, cool. It's working. Not doing anything with it yet. So just to make sure it's working, we're going to print ln realm print ln instance. And the debug was that, right? Oh, that's going to consume it, but that's okay. And I need to... that's not right, is it? Thank you. Thank you, the mighty. And 715-209. And Rust compiler. I'm just going to give out 1 point for that. Debug realm is better? Okay. Yeah, you're right. Well, can we just do print? I'm okay with print. Can I just do that? Finished. Okay, let's just run it. Let me run it off screen first to make sure I don't leak anything. Yeah, that worked fine. That was beautiful. No, the other shell. So Primus is the realm, and here's the server configuration for just the first server in the list. So host is our host name, and port, where is it? Public port is our port number. What's the link for? Are you trying to solve a logic puzzle with Python code? I guess so. It would probably be more appropriate to discuss in the Discord, though. Unless it's, like, relevant to what I'm doing right now. So, since I'm doing work right now, if it's, like, completely unrelated, if it's off topic to what I'm doing, that's what my Discord is for. And people can answer you there. If you really want me to look at it now, I can, but it'll be a distraction. So if it's a quick thing, I'm okay with that. But if it's a long thing, I'll probably say, well, this is a lot for me to do, and it's going to distract away too much from what I'm doing, and then I'll probably just refer back to the Discord again. So a TLDR version, you can post a link here if it's a quick and easy question. If it's a quick question that you think I can get easily. If not, if it's a more involved thing, please put it in the Discord instead. Why did I choose Rust? Why Rust? That's the reason. People just ask me why I'm using. Why am I not using it? It's not big. Okay, where does that go? What's IDE 1? Never heard of IDE 1. Okay, let me vet it off screen for a second. Okay, that's using something I'm not familiar with, the permutations. I don't know what that does. So what's the problem with the code? Is it the problem that it's not printing anything? I don't see the problem in the code. You have to tell me what the problem is. This should be permuting the list of people into PR list. It's sort of strange that you have parentheses here. Maybe that's the problem. Try removing these parentheses. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, though. Oh, the goal... Oh, is this the problem? You just don't know how to do it? The goal is to find all valid positions. Positions are immutable. This looks to me like a homework problem. Okay. So... this looks to me like a homework problem, so the way I like to address homework problems is I'm going to pretend I'm your teacher, and I probably gave you the assignment to do this already, and if it's that you don't have no idea how to approach the problem, I would, I first need to understand that what is the exact problem. To find all valid positions is immutable. What does that mean by positions? What do you think they mean? Oh, it's from Brilliant. I don't know what Brilliant is. Positions as in oh, does permutations return a list of lists? I'm guessing. Okay, I'm having to do a lot of guessing and assumptions because you didn't really explain this, and I don't know what permutations is. I'd have to look that up. But I'm guessing it's giving a list of all the permutations of this array. So that's what. There's 6 permutations of this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 6 permutations. So you'll get a list of 6 elements, and each element will be a different ordering of that, right? Who can be in position 1, 2, and 3? Who can be? Anyone can be in positions 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I don't really. This positions you don't even use, so I don't even know why you define that. But, oh, permutations with filtering? Oh, I didn't even read these comments because I didn't think they were relevant. Okay. Cannot be in position 2, cannot be in position 1, cannot be in position 3. I see. Okay. Yeah, what Atomic Nibble said is what you got to do. So think filtering. What is filtering? In general, it's given a list. You toss out the ones that don't meet your requirements. If these are your requirements, then the code equivalent of that, what is Gusto cannot be in position 2? It's Gusto's position of Gusto is not equal to 2. Or another way to say it is, if you're given a list like people, that the index of Gusto is not equal to 2. So you code these 3 things into 3 different conditionals and package that up into a function that you call for every element of the permutated list. And you'd depends on what you're supposed to do, print out or put into an output list or whatever. You'd only print out or list the things that meet all 3 requirements. And that would be a brute force solution. There might be a more elegant solution because, for example, if like you can't have Gusto in position 2, then it doesn't matter about the positions of the other 2. So you can toss out two of the permutations and not like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like you can not explore, you don't have to explore every permutation. You can skip it early. I don't know if the permutations does that or not, so you'd have to look into it, but yeah. Filter. I hope that gives you some ideas. I can't give you the answer if it's a homework kind of question because you're supposed to figure out the answer in order to do the learning part, which is the most important thing. So that's probably all I can say without actually giving the answer, right? Hopefully you can do something with that information. I'm sorry I can't just give you the answer because that would be wrong. Okay. So we have all the information we need. What's next? Unlock the... No, that's not how we work at Atomic Nibble. We don't give... I gotta pretend like I'm the teacher. The teacher wouldn't just give you the answer. And the teacher's gonna try to get you to think what you should be looking into and what you should explore and search for to find... to get the learning part. Right? Trying to figure out the procedural logic and syntax. Oh, okay. So the syntax for... I can do that part. The syntax for, like... Gusto must not be in position 2. In Python, it has to be, you're going to have to, something here, right? Some code. And if that code is true, then include in output, right? Actually, if it's Python, it would be, well, it's not code, it's condition, expression, right? Then include in output, else exclude from output. My editor's fighting me because it thinks I'm typing XML. So this is the overall syntax that is going to go inside of a function, and you'll have 3 of these because you have 3 conditions. But something like that, and the expression for that would look something like gusto index of gusto not equal to 2, right? So I'm purposefully being vague with because there's a Python specific syntax for that. So you got to look up, given like if it's a list or a people, the index, there's going to be some way to take a list and search or find the index of one member, and you see if it's not equal to 2. That'll be the syntax for that, and that would go into this expression. Couldn't find anything good? What? Are those keycaps treating me? Or treating above SQL, I see. Yeah. So I can't really go into the specific details of the syntax, because probably that's what they're asking you to figure out, and if I just told you, that would be basically be cheating, right? Be giving you the answers. Thank you for the follows. So, context run. It's going to go into this eventually. What we want to do is get a WebSocket. So, what was recommended before? One of you guys recommended that I look into tungstenite. Let's look at that. I'm going to go back to crate. Where's the crate stuff? Don't need that. Did I close the crates.io link? I think I did. I closed. Oops. Drag that over here, please. That's the main documentation. Okay, so tungstenite. Tungstenite. Documentation. It's not even version 1 yet? Wow. Okay. O.11? Okay then. Tungstenite. O.11. Cargo build. Waiting for file lock on package cache. Who has the file lock on the package cache? There it goes. Whoa, it brought in a bunch of stuff. Well, okay, that stuff looks like it's just very fine-grained cargoes. Kind of makes me think of JavaScript. The editor? Yeah, you're probably right. You've heard Tokyo be thrown around a lot. What's that? Just async IO in general? It is normal in Rust. Over.org. Zero based versioning. Oh, that's a joke? Your software's major version number should never exceed the first and most important number in computing, 0. Okay, I like this joke. It's like Semver, only to a ridiculous level. I consider 0 to mean like it's just not, they don't think it's mature or finished yet. Yeah, thank you, man. I like that joke. Let me give you a point for that. And that's the first point here, so you get a second point. You can't do anything with the points other than brag about having them. Yeah, unused variables are the only thing we can complain about. Okay, so how do I use this tungstenite thingy? Lightweight, flexible WebSockets for Rust. Sounds good to me. So, client. Yeah, that's what we want. Now, what is this? It's a module. Okay, there's a module client. I don't get it. Do the client hand... It's a generic on a stream and a request. Okay, I don't understand it. Maybe I need to go back and look at their main page. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, they have a nice example. That's for a server. I just want a client. Do they have... Oh, so it uses a stream, so that means I have to have an HTTP client of some kind, right? Or a TCP client. Async REST is kind of complicated. New async is not that bad. All right. They have an example folder where you can look at it. Oh, I got a phone call. I gotta answer this, so I'll be right back. Okay, I didn't have to answer that. That was another spam call. But I now have to pick up all phone calls because I'm waiting on something. I don't know their phone number. Sucks, doesn't it? Okay. Example section has a client example. Good. All right. So I suppose I have to go somewhere else. Documentation. Here we go. So they have an example somewhere? Maybe not in the documentation. So examples section is... Oh, they have a different GitHub for it. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Oh wait, I could have gotten here. Hold on, let me get here the right way. I could have gotten here from here if I go into examples. I'm just dumb. Okay. Client. Oh, okay. So I need to... Okay, that's interesting. So... There's no structure. There's just a global connect. All right, that's interesting. I expected there to be like a WebSocket object or struct, but this is just designed a little bit differently. So you call connect and you get a socket and response back. So hold on, can I... Really, I should have split this out as another window. Let's open that in a new tab, and meanwhile, hold that documentation in one tab and the examples in another. Okay, so they say use connect first. Let's read the documentation on connect. Connect to a given WebSocket in blocking mode. Sure, blocking mode's fine. We'll do asynchronous later. Match incoming calls. Important call, answer phone, block phone number. Yeah, but they keep calling me on a different phone number, so it doesn't really help to block the number. You know what's really annoying too? Is that it's a robotic thing, and they say pretty quickly in it, they say, if you want to be removed, put on our do not call list, call this number. I'm like, hell no, I'm not calling no phone number to further validate that I'm a human, that you've actually reached a prey. No, I'm not going to do that. They should just not be calling me in the first place. Go to the version at the top. Oh, yeah. Good idea. How did I get there? How did I end up here? Wait. Did this just not link to the latest version? Oh, look, the links are out of date. The documentation link goes to 0.10.1 instead of 0.11.0. I guess when they did the release, they didn't update the documentation link. Interesting. All right, anyway, connect. Thank you, by the way, the mighty Fajita. By the way, your name is awesome. And I meant to give you a point, not say hi again. All right, so how goes the tool? We've gotten a little bit further. Madribbit. I don't know actually know when you left, but we have it now. Getting a command line argument, parsing a JSON file, extracting out to make sure that there is a configuration for the realm that we selected, and then we're going into a structure just to encapsulate the logic of what we do when we're running. And I'm going to be porting the code here that connects to the server via WebSocket. So I'm just reading right now how the tungstenite library can be used to do that. So the function just works for those who want a simple blocking solution. That's exactly what I want. So if you want a non-blocking or custom solution, call client instead. I think we're just going to go with the simple, right? So then the simple would be, I don't need to see this anymore. I do want to see connecting. Do I care about the timestamp stuff? Not really right now. We'll just do a print line. Connecting. Okay, and then tungstenite connect. The request, I have to make one, right? So their example probably said new request. Oh, URL parse unwrap. Interesting. And URL is from another library. Okay. Do I need to include that one? Probably, because otherwise I would see it in this, right? So, is that crate actually installed already? URL? It is. I wonder, oh, right, because I need to reload this guy. I learned that when you install crates, the language server doesn't really know that you did it. I really don't like using uses, and I just haven't warmed up to that idea yet. URL. Interesting that I'm not getting IntelliSense out of that. Makes me think that this isn't working. But yeah, let's just proceed. I need to have this. Okay, and so oh, actually, how do you do string formatting in place? This is probably not going to let me do it in place. I need to look it up. Do I need to add it to my cargo? I can't just use it? Okay. Format macro, thank you. I don't know this format macro. Let me read about it a little bit first. Format. You know what I like is that it gets all glowy when I have the cursor in. I like the stupidest things. It says it's a function. Is there no macro for it? There we go. Okay, so it's the same thing as print. All right, got it. That's all I need to know. And then the structure changes slightly, right? So instead of it being in the string, we take it out of the string. Like that. And like that. Okay, the parse is a result, so I gotta unwrap it. And then I'll just unwrap the... No, I don't want to unwrap the connect. Actually, we want to handle that. Actually, yeah, so I do have... no, I don't. I can unwrap it because I don't... Yeah, I will let it panic, just like the Python did. Unwrap. So this is a socket then, right? Let WS equal that. All right. I'll handle the URL thing in a moment. I want to verify that I want to see that that's what I need to do, basically, to hammer it home. I'm not sure if it's worth pulling another dependency. F strings. I'll write it down. I want to look into this stuff later. So I'll give you another point. The mighty fajita, you're making me hungry with your food references, but thank you. Give you a point. What am I doing? It says it above my head. I'm rewriting a game tool which is currently in Python, and we want Rust instead. So the tool I have is let me demonstrate running it again. So I have a tool written in Python which connects to my game and searches for an item in the game to find me the entity number. And it's written in Python, and I'm trying to do it in Rust to get some exercise in Rust because I just learned it last week. And I'm already finding I didn't learn it well enough. This is my game, and everything in the game is an entity that might be something you might search for. So the item script that I have in Python looks just at item entities and finds the one with a matching name. So it's going to connect to the server running the game, communicate with it through WebSocket with JSON messages, and fetch all the item data from the game, and it's got to find out where is the item that you asked for. Actually, that means I do need to have a command line argument, and I forgot about that. Let me get that in a minute. First, I want to get the WebSocket stuff down. You know a bit of Python, nothing complicated. This stuff is maybe borderline complicated. So the item script begins with stuff you could probably understand if you know basic Python. So it says, I need, as a command line argument, the name of the game's realm. Then this part we kind of skipped because the item script actually has different subcommands. So skipping this, we're opening a file config.json and reading it. And then that's where the read happens, actually. And then we're interpreting it as JSON, right? So it's a JSON object stored in that file. And then we're looking up to make sure that the realm that we set on the command line is in our configuration of realms. And if it is, then we're making a new context object and calling the run method on it. So the equivalent in Rust to do that is down here. Instead of just sysargv, we have to do standard env args, collect it, turn it into a vector. And once we get into the vector, it's pretty much the same, looks the same, right? Is its length less than 2? If so, then we need an extra argument, right? Otherwise, it's there in index 1. The reading the configuration down here, it's not too bad. We have to say that we're going to get a value. Actually, is that required, or can I just say that? Yeah, we have to say that we expect a JSON value out, but we're doing JSON from string, read the file as a string, and these unwraps basically say it better succeed or we're going to panic. You don't have to say that in Python. If there's an error here and you don't have a catch, it just dies, right? And then if the realm is in the configuration realms, the exact equivalent of that is index the configuration with realms, make sure it's an object, and see if it contains that key. If not, print the error and exit. So this might not. This is definitely not idiomatic Rust. What I was attempting to do was to take what I already had in Python and convert it as faithfully as possible to Rust syntax to make sure that I understand like elemental concepts of like, if I wanted to do exactly that, even if it's not the correct way to do it, what would the syntax look like in Rust? And that's as close as I could get to it. You want to learn how to do it properly, though? So do I, but you know what my motto is? The dev order of events is first make it work, then make it right, and then make it fast. So for Rust, I'm still trying to make things work. Once I make things work, then I do a second pass to do it the idiomatic way, to do it the correct way in Rust. And probably I don't need to worry about 3, because from what all the advertisements about Rust say, if you do it right in Rust, it's going to be fast. Right? That's the claim. So that's what I'm doing. If you want to know more about the underlying game that these tools are for, then check out my game link there. Okay. I was in here on the Rust, right? How do we do the WebSocket stuff? So in Rust, we need double quotes. And that should just work, right? Or do I need to do an unwrap? No, that should just work, right? It should be formatable into that. Only this might come out to be with extra quotes. We should probably print this. Yeah. Anyway, this is an error probably because of URL, right? Am I missing another argument to connect? I might be. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. How are you doing today? Yeah, it returns a tuple. So we'll have to work on this. Hold on a sec. Yes, you guys are correct. I have to make it match a tuple, otherwise it won't compile, right? It'll actually, what is their error message probably tells me that, right? I lost my terminal? Oh, because I had to reload. Tools rust their cargo build. I like to run cargo build because it tells me more information. Oh, it really didn't like that I'm missing a semicolon on the line before. That's a semicolon. All right. Yeah, so I should just be doing cargo clippy, right? Is it installing clippy? Anyway, yeah, it's undeclared. So you guys are right. I need to have it, even though it's pulled in there, I am not allowed to do it transitively, which is kind of cool. Why can't you use Linux? Maybe Prof Elements 1 doesn't have a Linux box. If you're using Windows 10, you have some options there. What about the Windows subsystem for Linux? Or you can start using your free year of Amazon Web Services and just run it on an EC2 instance. Windows subsystem for Linux is pretty cool. I haven't actually gotten familiar with that yet. Do a lot of Rust dev in Windows for Linux? Yeah. I've heard people like the new terminal too. Yeah, it's not in the dev branch anymore, right? Isn't it out now? Okay, anyway, I have to include here URL, and I should just do this properly and look it up in the crate thing to see what version I want. Again, I did a bad thing where I should have gone to open out a new tab because I want to change my search here to search for URL. So v2.1. Can I just say 2 and get away with it? Does that work? I don't know, let's see. It actually did. We'll say 2.1 though. And it didn't have to do anything because we already had it. Okay. I need to slice that. Okay. I thought it would slice it by default, so I have to do as. Hold on, what? Why is it saying 0, 1, and 2? As string, right? Yeah, cargo build. I still don't quite understand why sometimes I have to do that, and sometimes it just works. Probably because format doesn't return a reference, right? It actually returns a string object. Yes. Okay, yeah, it's because this returns an object and not a reference to an object. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. I could say, take that temporary and give me a reference to it. Yeah, you guys are right. Thank you. I'll just give 715.209 a point. Okay, I'm getting hungry. It's past my lunchtime. Okay, so really I want to be running this with rusty iron key, although I'm not using that argument yet. Format has an invalid URI character in it. Okay, so I must have messed this up. Probably want to print that out first, don't I? Let's do that. Yeah, print ln. Too many parentheses. Let's just print it. Yeah, it did what I was fearing. It actually put the quotes in there. If we want to extract out the quotes and just fill it in, then I have to get it as a string, right? Whatever the JSON value wants me to do. Is it as string? As str. Yep, as string unwrap. Right? And then run it. Nope, still put quotes around it. Oh, it actually connected. Nice. It's because I forgot to do that in the other place. There. That's why I didn't print it. Okay, so it's actually going to connect to my game correctly now. Nice. Unwrap all over the place. The only reason I'm doing unwrap and not handling it correctly is because this is really a one-off tool anyway, and the tool itself doesn't catch an error there. Now here I'm going to catch an error, so I will not unwrap these things. But even in the Python, I didn't bother if the connection failed, because the panic is good enough. So like if my server was offline, it would just panic there when it couldn't connect. Yeah, I need to, rather than stretching, I need to, well, I still have 48 minutes on the timer. I just need to wrap things up for the day is what I need to do. Yeah, you can just think of this as prototyping. Part of the making it correct would be to go through and remove all the unwraps, right? So I would go through and say, well, here are all the places where I should have error handling, right? If I really wanted to be, especially wrap this into a library, right? Because the this unwrap means we couldn't open the file. This unwrap means that it didn't parse correctly as a JSON. This unwrap means that configuration realms was actually not even an object. This unwrap means the host name was not a string. This unwrap means that we couldn't even parse this correctly. So this actually, we could keep it as unwrap because this should never fail. Actually, no. If the public port wasn't a number, right, then we would have, so this would indicate that there's something wrong with this string, probably the port, because we already verified this, right? This unwrap means we couldn't connect to our server. So every unwrap here, technically, if I was doing this correctly, I should not do an unwrap. I should handle the error and maybe either just print something out saying your configuration is wrong, or we couldn't connect to the server, or something else like that. But I'm keeping it short and letting panic deal with it right now. We're entering the world of error handling. Yeah, we will do error handling correctly in a moment. Let me get a little bit farther and I'll call it for the day. So I want to get to the part where we're talking to the server. So I want to understand, we're going to be sending the server a message. Basically, we're going to try to authenticate as the admin, and we're supposed to get a message back with the authentication challenge. And I want to actually see that before I end the stream, and I want to handle the exceptions. This is how you do it in Python. They have exception handling. So the things that might throw are sending the message to the WebSocket, parsing back the message we receive. So we need to be able to handle all of those errors correctly from this point on, right? So that's going to be part of run. I just need to find out, how do we send and receive a message with the WebSocket in Tungstenite? Okay, so I can look at the response status. I guess I'm supposed to look and see if it succeeded or not. Is that right? Connect. Huh. Yeah, it's nice that it does the TLS for us. I guess I don't really understand something about this result. So the response is an error? Is that what it's saying? No, I don't understand this. Oh, it's inside of a tuple. Okay, so if it's not an error, we get a stream and a response. So I guess this is just if we want the headers. Yeah, so this is the successful connect. We get a stream and a response. I guess we don't really need this response, right? Yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool that they give it to us. We don't need it. So going back to the example, I don't care about this stuff, but it's nice that we have it. So we just do write message. Cool. What's into do? All right, we're gonna do write message. So connect to the game server. And the second would be the send the authentication request. And that is, so let's do what I was doing before, which is we're going to grab what it is in Python. And then here's the Python version. And I'm going to make the equivalent in Rust. So you can see me as I'm typing, I'm going to try to type the exact equivalent of that. So it's going to be a print line, connected. Because I'm skipping for now this timestamp stuff. We can do that later. So print connected, and then we're going to do a ws.write message. And then I need to look up what write message is. So let's do that next. So given a, where are the types? I guess I can go to connect and then I can click on WebSocket. There we go. Right, it's a struct. Okay, so given a WebSocket, what can I do with it? I can call write message. Write message needs a message, so we need to make one. It's still a tuple, so I had to do the .0. Yeah. There we go. I only want the .0 out of that. Fighting my editor. .0. Got it. Thank you. Or did you guys not catch that? Yeah, this is actually giving me a tuple, and I only really needed the WebSocket out of it. I don't need the response. Oh, that's smart. I like that, man. That's very smart. Basically, I'm saying I only want that out of it. Right? Neato. Because that is literally what I'm doing in the Python. I only get one thing, so the equivalent of getting one thing is saying, out of that tuple, just give me that. Okay. What does it not like about write message? Is it just because I haven't finished writing it? Yeah, I haven't finished it. Okay, so write message needs, whoops. It needs a message of some kind. So again, back to the example. I hate kind of copy pasting from the example. I'm not even in the latest version again. Whoops. Write message. Message. What's weird is they don't have a new. It's message capital text. Which I don't even see. Oh, because it's a variant. Oh, I get it. Because we might want to send a binary message. I see. So this would be tungstenite message text. And then yeah, it has our message in it. I get that. And then why do we need an into? Okay, you guys already told me why. Into is a type conversion. Oh, because they want a string? Yeah, they want a string, not a slice. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to give them... well, we might not need to do into because what the Python did was actually use a construct a JSON object. So that's the reverse of what we were doing before. We want to actually construct a JSON. Oh no, it's the same. Is it? Well, it's constructing a JSON directly and turning it into a string, so it is the opposite direction. So let's look at sort JSON to see how that works. So then my WebSocket needs to be mutable. Oh, really? So I need to do mute x WebSocket? I probably would have gotten there, but the compiler would have told me that I can't call write message, right? Actually, is that why I put the squiggly under that one for a moment there? Yeah. You guys are right. I'm just not used to that stuff. All right. Because we didn't have to do that in C++. I have to train myself that wherever I was tempted to use const, there's nothing. And wherever there's not a const, there should probably be a mutable. Okay, what am I looking at? I'm looking for building one. I should probably look at their example. So maybe go to the top. Yes. So is there only way to construct it is from a string? Yes. Can I look at the index for that? Functions. From a reader. I guess we're doing from slice, right? From bytes of JSON text string. So what's the difference here? Oh, that is from raw bytes. Okay, so I do want a from string. So do I even need to worry about this? This is if I want to be faithful to this where it actually is a JSON object. Well, it's a table in... No, it's a table. So I probably don't even need to worry about this. I can just make a string. Like this. Type. ID. Comma. ID. Admin. There. There's my slice. And that needs to be, they want that, yeah, since it's a slice, it's got to be into. There we go. Hold on, what were we looking at? Oh, there's a macro. I missed that. Okay, thank you for that macro. Man, again, man is scoring all the points today. Try to avoid mutt regardless, yeah. Just like I would in the past try to use const everywhere, here I have to try to avoid using mutt. Okay, so yeah, I'd like to use this macro because it looked dang cool, and I forgot about it. That would show up under macros JSON. Yes, because it kind of looks like JSON. In fact, that's exactly what I want. I want sir JSON. And then this almost, right? Take away the comments. That's it, right? Oops. There we go. Just a sip. Did I miss another hydrate? I missed a hydrate break from 715209. And another hydrate. What about 2 sips? Thank you, develop it. I'm trying to wrap up the stream too because I'm hungry. I gotta go eat. 3, drink. Drink. This is how you control the streamer, I guess. Okay. So that is that. If I want to make it even more cool, could I? Python is a little bit more terse here, which is weird, but only because I didn't do the use. If I did use of these, I wouldn't have had to do that. Okay, anyway, that's the same as that, right? So that's done. Now, how do we stick around and read the results back? You've successfully made me read this message. Yes, you have. What did I miss? Flashbang? Yeah, flashbang doesn't work. I have to connect that to the lights. That's part of my overlay system, which isn't done yet. Which I probably will do in Rust now. All new code shall be in Rust. Okay. Now we have to process messages received from the server. proof that you can control me. You mean by adding me? Yeah. Okay, now how do we receive messages? Their plant probably goes into it. Ah, yes, we have a loop. Read message. Okay. What does read message do? Where's read message? I should just do read message, shouldn't I? Yes, that would be smart. Okay. This will queue responses to ping and close messages to be sent. It will call write pending before... Wait a minute, what? This will queue... I kind of don't want to do that. Basically, this is saying I expect a message next, but the way that the Python worked is... well, actually, I guess the Python works the same way. We have to handle the connection getting closed, though. Right? So I need to learn more about how this works. Just read one message without a loop. Yeah, but I want it to be in the loop because it was in a loop in Python. This is a loop. It doesn't look like a root. Actually, there's a for there. That's how you can tell it's a loop. It's basically going to understand more than one message. And only when our tool says we're done will it break out of that loop. So I want to kind of do the same thing here. Like, do they have an example? The example is sort of primitive. It's a bummer. Do they have some more? What's Autobahn client? Again, they have a loop where they read the message. Oh, but this handles pings too. Okay, so maybe this is what we want. Oh, wait. That's the same call, right? The message could be one of many things. Okay, cool. That's what I want then. And how do we know if... Oh, probably the result errors if it disconnects, right? Hey there, Rally Monkey. Hope you get some free time soon. You can peruse some of my videos. Yeah. Hi. Sorry you haven't been able to make it here for the stream, but that's okay. Gotta do what you gotta do. Think the expecting example will get triggered if it closes? That's what I was thinking too. That the result will be an error if we get disconnected, right? I wish they would say that. A Pong reply will jump the queue because that specifies should be sent as soon as possible. Yeah, I think my WebSockets is the same way. There's a queue only to reconstruct whole messages out of the frames. It says it under the error section. Oh yeah, you're right. If the connection is closed, it should be dropped to return error connection closed. Thank you very much, Just B. I appreciate that pointing that out. If the send queue is full, send queue full will be returned along with the pass message. Why would it do that? Oh, because I'm looking at write message, not read message. I'm just stupid. Oh, they share the same error. Oh, I see what's going on. They say they share the same error section. Never mind. When does the send queue get full? Hold on, does this not send it immediately? It will call write pending before trying to read in order to make sure that those responses... Oh, this is read. Sorry, I'm getting confused. What? Why this? Okay, that's just weird. Yeah, what does write pending do? Flush the pending send queue. So it's sort of asynchronous then. Okay. Fine. You know, asynchronous, I'm good with that. Alright, so I think I think the loop read message is the way to go. So loop because we don't have a way to stop yet. So it's going to loop, and I get something back out, and I'm going to want to match that, right? Match WebSocket read message. Do I have a block here? I can't remember. I think so. And then the different cases are tungstenite message, and I want the content of the message, right? Actually, I only really care about texts, so how does that work again? Is it text here? I can't remember this stuff. Let me look at the example. Oh, that's a weird syntax. I never seen that at before. Oh yeah, you're right. I gotta go one level deeper. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah. So I have to look at result. And result is pulled in for us, so I can just do OK, right? Message, something, and then error. I don't care about the error. And here we're going to break out. And before we break out, we're probably going to want to print something, right? What did I print in the... here, right? I printed connection closed abruptly on any kind of error. So, and I printed that just to the normal. So print line that up, that. There we go. Hey there, Tim. Look, Tim, I'm doing Rust today. Tim, when are you going to join the Rust bandwagon? Adam's learning Rust, I'm learning Rust. Hope you're having a good day. By the way, you guys should check out Tim's channel. And you should check out Mama Dev's channel. Both of them are streamers here on Twitch. Tim is making his own games in C++ with his own game engine. They're all racing-oriented games. You should check it out. Yeah, I need to... obviously, I'm very rusty when it comes to the pattern syntax for matches. So I still need to do that. Not stream for a while. Work's been mad. I understand how that goes. It will infer the type from that, won't it? Yeah, see, it inferred it. So in here, I could match the message if I cared about it, right? I could do this. I could say, if the message is a tungstenite message, like you said, text. At this level, it would be text, right? And then everything else, well, doesn't matter. How do you do an I don't care here? Empty? Like that? Just ignore the drop the message? The more you learn Rust, the rustier you get. Yeah. Oh, I see. I can do that. Nice. I like that better. Thank you, man. Man has got like... Man must be like a guru in Rust. Okay, so what I'm doing, Tim and Mama Dev, I'm taking a tool I wrote for my game that's written in Python. So this is like the main event loop for it. The tool talks to my game server over WebSockets. After connecting, it sends an authentication request, and then it just goes into a loop where it responds to the server. So that's roughly equivalent in Rust to this, where we... I don't need this print line actually anymore. Where we we go through the tungstenite crate or library. Crate is like a Rust form of library, where we tell it we want to connect via this protocol, WebSocket over a secure transport, and I'm filling in my host and port number of my server just like we were doing here. And here's our sending our authentication request. So there's just a syntax is totally different because it's Rust instead of Python. Combining both matches, I can do that? Yeah, I guess I was doing that to illustrate what if I wanted to catch pings or closes. So like I could do this, right? I could do close here. Does close even have an argument? That's a good question. Does it? It does. It has a... Interesting. They have a close frame. Okay, so we don't care. So I could do something here if I wanted, right? And I could print something like, they closed the connection politely. But yeah, you guys are right. If I only care about one thing, I can nest these two by doing this, right? There. And now we have done that. There we go. Although, we're not... This is not catching everything. We're gonna get an error, right? Because we're not handling the non-text messages. Likely be doing some more C++ OpenGL stuff this evening, trying to fix resolution reset without restart. Good luck with that, Tim. Add an underscore. Well, I was thinking about leaving the. I guess you're right. It seems kind of odd to handle the other OK cases here. Basically saying we don't care about anything else that happens. We only care about text messages and errors. Either underscore or OK underscore. Yeah, I think I would feel better with this way better. Handle the errors in this special little area. In fact, I might even have it like this. Handle messages. Recede. Handle all errors here. Yeah, so this whole thing that I'm doing right now is just getting exercise in Rust. I don't need to port my tool from Python to Rust. What I would like to do, though, is get better at Rust, so this is sort of an exercise. Does Rust do the matches in order? I think so, yeah. So, but it doesn't matter if I put OK here or at the end, because error doesn't match any of the OK patterns, right? But I can't I can't do that there because that would match errors also, right? I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Okay, shouldn't I be getting some errors here? Cargo, check this stuff. Yeah, I'm getting errors. So there's something wrong with the language server. Okay. I need to tell it to stringify that. How come I'm not getting errors from the language server? Do I need to reload it? Probably because I think I did add a crate since then, but there we go. Now we're getting our errors. But how come it's not showing me the line it's on? Now it is, but it's in another file. Oh, because it's in a macro. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't know to highlight that line because it's a macro. Are you using the Rust extension or Rust? I'm using the Rust extension because with Rust Analyzer, this problems wasn't working for me. And I couldn't get the Rust extension to use Rust Analyzer. That just didn't work for some reason. I have problems with my VS Code setup, so I'm just going with what works, which is the Rust extension right now. Okay, so this needs to be as a string. And there should be a stringify method in serd.json. Let's find where it is. Value. This should have a method to stringify it. Let me find it. As string is not correct. It returns the associated string. I want to actually stringify the whole thing. Is it toString? Probably, yeah, it's probably in a trait here somewhere, right? ToString. There we go. It's interesting that they just assume that you know that. ToString. Oh yeah, now it's just showing me the warnings. So that means we don't have any errors anymore, right? So then, what warning am I getting about that? Hold on, go back. What warning is this? Oh, I didn't unwrap that. There we go. I didn't, basically whenever you see unwrap, that means I'm just going to say it better work or we're going to panic. And to make the code right, I shouldn't be doing any unwraps, but literally I just want to translate as closely as possible the Python. In the Python, it doesn't give a crap either. It will just send it and await the sending. There's no, actually no, technically it is inside of the exception, so we should handle it, shouldn't we? Yeah, so let's handle that. We would want to handle it by doing what? Printing a line. So do I do a match here? I guess I could start with match. It would be, how come that's now an error? Probably because I'm not done writing, because it's not a statement. Okay. I don't care about the value. There is no value, right? I need to go back to write string. Here. Yeah, I need to get out and go to write message. Yeah, it's an empty tuple. So what does that tell me? It'll just be okay. Can I do that? And then error? No, I have to say like empty tuple, don't I? No? Weird. But this I don't care about because I am just going to this one falls into the same trap, so I'll do that there, return. I have to do that and then only match. Okay. So it does give me something, but I have to do that? Interesting. Oh, right. So I could be explicit and say it had better be an empty tuple. I actually think I prefer that. That I don't expect anything out of there. It's interesting that I have to say that at all. If I don't say that, what does it do? It will say that it's not exhaustive, right? Yeah, non-exhaustive patterns, okay. All right. I don't know, what do you guys prefer? That or that? This leaves it, I mean, this makes it look like there should be a value here. This basically says I don't think there should be a value at all. I kind of think I prefer that way better. Result with no error should never have an error as no, this is an operation which doesn't return anything, but there could be an error. That's what it's saying. You prefer this way? Okay. You get another okay, won't match? Yeah. Oh, I like that better, man. Yeah, man's giving me the better way to write this. If let error equals that, print line, that looks nicer, doesn't it? That does have a semicolon. What does it not like about the semicolon? Am I missing something here? Okay, I'm missing something. Remove the match? Okay, yeah, you're right. That's what I was missing. See, just chat is awesome. I'm sorry I don't see chat right away. I need to work on that. What happens is I look at that and then I try to solve it on my own as if I wasn't streaming, and then I forget that you guys are telling me feedback, and I should be looking at you first. Okay, so what we're going to do this text message. So this is about, by the way, this is a pattern I need to get down because it's unusual. You don't have this kind of syntax in C++, really. It would be that if that is an error, but it's just writing it like a pattern match is something I need to get used to. Do you have auto format turned on? No, I don't think so. Never forget the people yelling at the screens. Yeah. Okay, so almost done. I think what I just want to do right now is just print the message out. Print ln we received Let's do, this needs to be a macro. Cargo FMT. I could run that. We can see if there are any changes to the formatting after I'm done, and I'll learn from that. Do I just want to print this out? I want to pretty print it, but I don't want to do the debugging format. What was that? I always forget this stuff. I need to look it back up. It was early on that told us how to do this, right? Actually, it was in structures, I think. Told us how to do printing of structures. I just forget which section it was in. It's down here somewhere, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, it's right. Gotta memorize that. I gotta memorize it. And the and sign is to opt into printing debug information. Oh no, hold on. I'm reading that wrong. Here it is. When we have large structs to get pretty, yeah, okay. I needed to find that myself because when I don't have you guys, when I'm not streaming, this will help me remember where it was in the book. Text. The type of this is a string, so that works because the macro takes care of it for me, I believe. It'll borrow a reference, right? It formats the codes, or it gets the hose again. You know what I like about Rust is that, at least for me right now, I'm slower at it, but it's catching all the problems. I haven't yet had a runtime error. The only time I was having trouble running it is because I was just not understanding the command line arguments. Okay, terminal. Again, it lost. Oh, because I reloaded again. Duh. Cargo build. It's telling me I'm not using the realm, isn't it? It's telling me I'm not using the configuration. Yeah, that's fine. In fact, I'm going to do what it suggested because I'm not using this yet. I'm just going to have them hidden. Just because I want to see no warnings or errors. Cool. So when I run this, I'm running it off screen just in case there's any secrets. That worked perfectly. I'll show you what it does. I mean, you could try it too. You could try connecting to my server. This sort of demonstrates the authentication mechanism. So whenever you try to authenticate as an administrator of the game by sending this special message, it gives you a challenge, and you're required to answer this challenge or get disconnected. In fact, I should be getting disconnected any time now. There we go. So that tested that we sent the authentication request, we received the challenge, and we handled being disconnected by the server when we timed out the authentication mechanism. Now Clippy to see if it complains about something. You got it. Now, do I need to... I was told that I need to first clean it first, right? And then Clippy it. Don't need to clean it. I thought it shared... I thought you guys were telling me it shared the same cache as the check, which is run by a build. Oh, there was a warning. Look at that. Redundant pattern matching. Oh, what's the redundant pattern here? Okay, it's telling me to try that as opposed to what I have on line 32. It's saying I don't need the let. It's saying I can just do that? No, that's not right. What else is different? I don't see what else is different. Actually, now there's an error there. What the heck? Scroll up. Oh, redundant pattern matching. Consider using is error. Oh, cool. I'm just trying to understand this part. What is it trying to tell me here? Is this just, it's not giving me enough lines to see it? Okay, I need to look up is error, because I don't know this. Was I supposed to have learned this? Yep, in the chapter I skipped. Actually, that might be only showing me matches in this chapter that I missed, that I skipped. It might have explained what is error means elsewhere. How do I find it? Like, if I'm out here, can I do is error? No, it's only mentioned in this one place. Interesting. I finished the book, but I skipped this chapter because, this chapter 12, because it said this chapter is a recap, so I figured there was no new information, but I was wrong. It covered command line arguments and files, and apparently this is error function as well. So I need to go back and do chapter 12. We're using is error method on result to check whether it's an error and therefore okay, I get it. We don't care about the value of the variable, whether it's set, so we're using is error rather than unwrap, expect, or any of the other methods. Okay, so I can, so if I understand this right, I can just say if is error that, right? Okay, it goes on the end. I was wondering about that. How come it doesn't like that? Is it just confused? I think it's just confused. What does it think the error is? Can't find crate for search JSON. Can't find crate Rust C. Can't find crate. I think it's just confused. Should tell it to reload. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm okay with the extensions being screwed up. Probably it's a mix of problems with the extension and me not setting it up right. Tools, Rust, that, cargo, Clippy. It's not going to need to do anything because we didn't change anything. I could do a cargo clean. But you guys are telling me I didn't need to do that, right? Oh, yes. Are you saying that the cargo clean screwed up the language server? Don't do it. Oh, okay, okay. So this is going to get confused again, right? So reload and then train myself not to do cargo clean. Or if I do a cargo clean, then I have to load after. Got it. Yeah, alright. I understand it. Use touch instead. So like I would touch source that cargo Clippy again. Yeah, it doesn't find any problems. We can do, oh yeah, we're going to do that last. Cargo FMT. Will it actually tell me what it changed? Ooh. It didn't tell me what I changed because I don't have this in a Git repo right now. No, I do have it in a Git repo. Okay, can I undo that? Yeah. I want to see that, so let me check it in first. I don't really need to check it completely in either. I just need to put it into the index for now. Now it's in the index, and now I can do cargo FMT to see what lines it changed. It actually changed a lot. Right, it collapsed that because there's no fields. Same thing there, collapsed that. What did it do here? Make this bigger? Yep. Wish I could make it... Oh, there's a way to have it show side by side, wasn't there? I can do it with the Git lens. I can do... this button? There we go. And then I can hide that. So this is what the format did to me. Yeah, it just collapsed the empty structures. It added a trailing comma. Actually, I like that it did that. It decided to format the collapse onto the same line. Sure. I can go with that. What else did it do? It put unwrap on the next line. I don't know if I like that. I don't know. What do you guys think? In a sense, I kind of like that the line begins with an end parentheses because it matches that, and then this is something we're doing later. So I guess I could accept that. It likes to line up the dots. Okay. I think it makes sense. Here, I don't know why it did that. Oh, because of that. If I didn't have the is error, it probably wouldn't have done that, right? All right. We won't need a comma after that? Really? I didn't know that. I assumed we needed commas there. Why don't we need commas after that? Is that because there can only be a comma, nothing else makes sense there? No commas after curlies ever? Yeah, but it was okay with Clippy. Weird. I don't know if I would go with that because it's inconsistent. I don't like the lack of consistency there. Unless I program myself to think curly brace sort of includes a trailing comma, always. What else did it do? It put that on another line. I don't like that at all. No, it's just because it didn't really solve anything. In fact, I think it made it harder to read. I like the way I did it better. Because I could see where we're reading the file and where we're converting to a string and then where we're yeah, I don't like that. I don't agree with that one. Okay, this one, what did it do? And this one it did the opposite. This one took one line and then unwrapped it. Or it took one line and split it. There's no comma commandments. And then added a trailing comma. So that's weird that sometimes it splits. Okay, it must be if there are dots. This one didn't have any dots in it. So it just put it all. No, there were dots here. Well, that's weird. Okay, I don't understand their logic. That if looks weird? You mean this one? They're a bit inconsistent about how they indent or not something with a dot, aren't they? It is, you know what's weird about it is there are no delimiters. The dots are intrinsic delimiters, right? So there's no parentheses here. Yeah, but so they indent it if it's dots, if there's an if, but if not, they just put it on the same line. Okay, so how idiomatic is the Rust formatter? That'd be my question. That's how you make 1 million line projects? You just put a dot at the beginning of each line? Probably because of the line limit. Yeah, but they purposefully made this one even longer. They go all the way out to column 97. Whereas this other one that they did split up was only at... it's not even telling me the column number. It doesn't tell me column numbers on the left-hand screen? That's kind of messed up. I can only get column numbers on the right here. Thank you, VS Code. Anyway, it's interesting to see that. Should we just accept it? You know, I'll roll with it. Why not? If you have a project and you want a specific format, you can override the defaults. Yeah, so I guess I would kind of want to find out is how do I override that default? Because that just looks... I can't read that. I would rather... The way I usually do is if the right-hand side is a function call, I will immediately do that to it. And then following their own convention, it would be to do that. And then I might stop there, or if I wanted to follow their convention, I would do this as well, right? Because we don't indent because it's not an if. But, yeah, something like that. Thank you for that reference. I think I already have that in my notebook, but I don't mind putting it in here again. Okay. So I'm going to go with what they went for except for that, and I'm going to make it that on purpose. Is there a way you can annotate and tell a format to just leave something alone? Because if I were to stage this, it's going to do that. It's going to try to fix that again. You know, it's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. This is all just a learning experience anyway. If I use some of the method calls because of the line lengths, right? I like that it didn't override my preference not to use. Rust format skip. Okay, let me try that out because, hey, we're learning, right? Let's see what it does now. Yep, you're right. So if I were to take that out and run it again, it's going to mangle that line. Yeah. Look at that. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Learning something new every day. I kind of want to keep that because it'll let me know how, it'll help me remember that. Even though it's kind of ugly. Alright, I gotta end soon because I'm super hungry. I hope you guys enjoy me bumbling around with Rust. Let JSON string is... Oh, right, to make them separate variables. On 2 lines, yeah. We could do that. So, you're saying, to get the string first, right? This one? And then convert it into JSON. So let config as string equal that. Oh no, we're not going to rest. We're going to end the stream soon. So how about you just go suspend? All right, so we do that first, and then we just put that in its place, and it'll get moved in naturally, right? Did I not do that right? Oh, I can't do as string there. I got to do that there because that gets me a slice to a temporary, so I have to do that. So now what does format do? Hey, it left it alone. Would it insist on reformatting that? Yep. You know, I'm okay with that. That's my own fault for being verbose. So if I did a use, it would just look like that and it wouldn't be so bad. All right. Well, I think that's a slice, right? And this is a temporary, so I don't think it would like it if I did that with as string. I think it would give me a problem about the temporary, right? It'll say that this... That's the other problem. It doesn't know this... Well, actually, the other way around, right? It's going to tell me it's taking a reference to a temporary. I think. Creates a temporary which is freed while still in use. Yeah. Pretty sure I got to do that, right? Wait a minute, what are you telling me? From string? Eh? How am I liking finding Rust so far? I love it. Need to remove the as string, and you're telling me I can do what? That I can remove that? Wait a minute, I'm missing something. What do you guys want me to do? Oh, you're saying I should do that. Got it. All right. Because of the implicit conversion. Now I understand. Yeah. So what is the difference between doing that and doing as string? What's the difference between these two? Does this actually do a clone? There's no... Okay, there's no difference. That's just syntactically looks better. Okay, I can roll with that. So this gives me a reference to a capital string, which is implicitly convertible to something that takes a slice, which from str does. Got it. Yep. Multiple ways of doing the same thing I'm okay with. And exercising, like trying different ways, is helping me kind of get it to stick in my mind. All right, so arguably this is better because this giving this a name tells me, it tells people more about what it is. This much of it is my configuration as a string. And then my configuration, which is the JSON values, if we take that string and we parse it as JSON, right? All right, my friends, I think that's it for me today. I'll probably be doing more of this tomorrow since I really enjoy the learning and I think it's useful to try out Rust. So let me find someone to raid and I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's what? Friday? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, at Anfu and Anfu full slice are a reference to a string and reference to string slice respectively. Yes. And they're because it's convertible. Yeah. It makes sense. Our program is gonna get rewritten next. I don't know. It's easy for me to play around and learn with standalone tools, and I only have a few of them, and most of them are in Python. So I think we'll probably be working on the rest of this tool tomorrow. If I get done with that, I'm not sure what I'd do next. I could start thinking about taking some of my smaller libraries and converting them into Rust. But I don't know, the utility of doing that is mostly in me learning. The code, if it already works in C++ or Python, there's no real point for me to convert it to Rust unless I plan to be expanding on it later. All right, what if we raid Tim since he was in here a little bit ago? Diving into, what is he doing? Diving into OpenGL context reset. Okay, sounds fun. I haven't gotten familiar with a lot of Rust programmers, so there's no one I can really Rust. How do you plan to idiomatize the program? Probably with all of your help. I need to go back and, like, this needs to be cleaned up, right? We don't need to do this that way. I could do it a little bit better. So let me give you the link to the guy we're going to raid. He was in chat a little bit ago. His name's Tim Bodette. He was making his own game engine and games in C++ that are racing oriented. So I'm about to hit the raid button. Don't go anywhere unless you don't like C++ or indie devs. And I'll be sad, but I'll understand. Tim Bodette. There we go. It says that there's only 3 people watching, but I don't believe it. I think Twitch is acting up again. Okay, hit the button. I'll be back tomorrow, 9:15 my time AM, and that's 16:15 UTC. I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your day. Thank you for being here, and especially thanks to all the people who have been contributing in chat and helping me learn. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And I will see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Bye.